Chapter 138. The chirping of birds made the mountain even more serene. This place was very tranquil. The mountain was shrouded in mist, the green trees were entwined with green vines, the flowing water flowed past the pebbles and old trees, and the fish in the stream were not startled by people. At first, Li Xiaoman frowned slightly, but she soon calmed down. She stood elegantly in front and looked at Ji Ziyue. At the side, the disciples of Xingfeng were also sizing up Ji Ziyue and Yi Fan at the same time. For a moment, they did not know where these two came from. Ji Ziyue was elegant and graceful. It was impossible for her not to attract attention. All the male disciples looked at her. She was full of confidence and her purple clothes fluttered in the wind. There was a trace of nobility in her nimbleness. She tilted her head and looked at Li Xiaoman with a smile on her tender face. Li Xiaoman was very calm and did not reply. Her beautiful eyes were calm as she looked at Ji Ziyue. There was no emotion on her face. "Why aren't you saying anything, sister?" Ji Ziyue chuckled. She stretched out a slender hand and waved it in front of Li Xiaoman, caressing Li Xiaoman's face like a delinquent teasing a good woman. "You are quite pretty. I can't help but feel pity for you." What kind of person was Li Xiaoman? She came from the other side of the starry sky. Her thoughts were very different from the women of this world. Naturally, she would not be frightened. She only revealed a strange expression. "Little girl, what's the matter?" "Yes. I'm 17 years old, dignified and beautiful. I haven't married yet." Ji Ziyue was in high spirits as she smiled sweetly. She stretched out her tender right hand and held Li Xiaoman's chin. "Today, I met a beauty and fell in love at first sight. The second time I fell in love. I have no other requests." A beauty teasing another beauty was pleasing to the eyes. It made the disciples of Xingfeng wish they could change positions on the spot. No matter how conservative Li Xiaoman was, she could not help but frown when her chin was held and teased. She quickly moved back and dodged. "Sister, don't worry. I'm actually a man, a handsome young man. I can totally marry you." Ji Ziyue followed up with a smile. Seeing this, Yi Fan hurried forward and pulled Ji Ziyue over. This little girl was strange. She even dared to bite him. If she really pestered Li Xiaoman, he really did not know what she would do. "I'm helping you." Ji Ziyue was very dissatisfied. She blew into Yi Fan's ear and the sound of her teeth grinding could be heard. However, in the eyes of others, it was a bit ambiguous. The two seemed to be very intimate. At the side, a male disciple from Star Peak asked very naturally, "May I know which main peak the two of you are from?" Although he was asking the two of them, he only looked at Ji Ziyue. "Little junior sister. You're a natural beauty. You're like a lotus that has emerged from the water, like an orchid in an empty valley. I believe you must be a disciple of Black Peak," complimented another disciple of Stellar Peak. Ji Ziyue ignored him and glanced sideways at Li Xiaoman. However, Yi Fan didn't give her the chance to come forward at all. He pulled her hard and blocked her behind him. He did not want Li Xiaoman to misunderstand anything. Since the past was over, there was no need to stir up trouble. He took a step forward and faced Li Xiaoman. "I did not expect to meet you here in Taixuan. I have not seen you for more than a year. How are you?" "It's all right." Li Xiaoman retracted her gaze from Ji Ziyue and looked at Yi Fan. "It is indeed unexpected. I did not expect to see you again. You have also come to Taixuan. Why do I find you somewhat familiar?" A disciple of Stellar Peak stared at Yi Fan for a while and suddenly shouted, "It's you, that bastard of Humble Peak?" Hey. What are you saying?" Ji Ziyue was unhappy and glared at him. "Junior sister. Don't be angry. Don't blame him. This person has a great grudge with the disciples of Stellar Peak. Please do not interfere." Several disciples of Stellar Peak surrounded them all at once. Yi Fan didn't move and looked at Li Xiaoman. "Senior brothers, what's wrong?" Li Xiaoman asked. "This is the guy from Humble Peak. He injured many disciples of Stellar Peak and has a great grudge with us. He relied on the treasure of Humble Peak and repeatedly injured the disciples of Stellar Peak. Today, I want an explanation." Yi Fan didn't say anything. He just looked at them quietly. Ji Ziyue's big eyes rolled a few times and did not speak. She glanced at Li Xiaoman, wanting to see how she would react. "This matter. I heard about it too." Li Xiaoman frowned slightly, then looked at Yi Fan and said, You injured many disciples of Stellar Peak. It is indeed wrong. Apologize to the senior brothers here and quickly return to Humble Peak. After that, she looked at those people and said, Senior brothers, what do you think? They didn't want to disrespect Li Xiaoman, but they also didn't want to let Yi Fan go. They said, how can we let him go like this? We want an exact explanation. Okay. Ji Ziyue clapped her hands with a smile, wanting to see the world in chaos. Yi Fan turned to look at them and said, where were those people injured? Of course, at Humble Peak. Humble Peak is a main peak. They trespassed without reason. Who can they blame after being punished? Yi Fan glanced at them and said nothing more. Junior sister Li, it's not that we don't want to give you face. You also saw how arrogant he was. He injured our disciples first and now he still refuses to lower his head. We can only take action. What a joke. Yi Fan sneered and said, even in the mortal world, trespassing on private property is a huge crime, let alone the world of cultivators. Trespassing on the main peak of the inheritance land, and being expelled, is there any reason left? Even if I killed him that day, your peak master can't say anything. How arrogant! The Stellar Peak's disciples sneered, but no one dared to step forward. One of them quickly retreated, fearing that Yi Fan had an ancient treasure on him. If they failed to capture him, they would be restrained instead. The previous example made them feel restraining fear. No matter what, it is indeed wrong of you to injure others. You should apologize to the senior brothers here. Li Xiaoman stepped forward and said, what do you mean? Yi Fan raised his head. I'm not in the wrong. Why do I need to apologize? You. Li Xiaoman's expression changed slightly. I'm helping you. Some ants want to touch my head. I'll just flick them away. Why do I need your help? Yi Fan turned around and faced the disciples of Stellar Peak. Yi Fan, you're too arrogant. Li Xiaoman said in a low voice. I'm doing this to help you, but you. I know you're talented and have an unusual physique, but there are many experts in Stellar Peak. Good. Ji Ziyue clapped her hands. Half a month ago, Yi Fan had taught a lesson to the disciples of Stellar Peak. Now that Humble Peak had risen, with a powerful figure like Li Ruoyu in charge, Yi Fan naturally wouldn't have any scruples. If he was surrounded by a few Life Spring Realm cultivators, he only needed to slap them away. Get as far away as you can, don't block my way. Yi Fan glanced at the people surrounding him. You want to leave today? Impossible. Although those people said so, they didn't dare to step forward, fearing that Yi Fan would take out an ancient treasure and deal with them. Right now, they were just stalling for time to invite a real expert. Yi Fan couldn't be bothered with them. He turned around and walked towards Humble Peak, wanting to leave this place. The people in front of him immediately retreated, not wanting to clash with him head-on. Ha. Yi Fan laughed. Since you want to stop me and are so afraid, then don't talk big. Yes, so boring. I thought you guys were going to fight, but you're scared to this extent. Ji Ziyue curled her lips and muttered in dissatisfaction. If you didn't have an ancient treasure on you, why would we allow you to talk big? We would have taken you down a long time ago. Do you dare to fight us fair and square? The disciples of Stellar Peak shouted angrily, their faces red and necks bulging. Small fries like you know what an ancient treasure is? Come at me, I'll send you to the clouds with my fists. Yi Fan continued to stride forward. If you don't use an ancient treasure, I'll fight you. A cultivator stepped forward. I don't have an ancient treasure. If you're not afraid of breaking my bones, come at me. Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. Dang! Someone took out a weapon. A blood blade turned into a beam of starlight and slashed towards Yi Fan. This was a powerful attack from a spirit spring cultivator, dazzling. Dang! Yi Fan didn't care. He waved his hand and flicked his finger. The golden finger touched the blood blade and a cracking sound was heard. Gotcha! A spirit spring cultivator's weapon that had been refined for many years was shattered by Yi Fan's finger. It was like grass, unable to withstand a single attack. This! Everyone was shocked. Li Xiaoman had a strange look on her face. She knew that Yi Fan's physique was extraordinary, but she didn't think it would be this strong. How dare you talk big and stop me at will? Since Yi Fan had already made his move, he couldn't stop here. He left behind a series of afterimages as he charged towards the people around him. Those people all produced weapons, doing everything they could to attack Yi Fan. Brilliant light shone. The flowers and grass here withered, mountain rocks shattered. However, something terrifying happened. Yi Fan continuously flicked his fingers, causing weapons to shatter one after another. Under that golden palm, all of the weapons were like porcelain, unable to withstand that immense power. Bang, bang, bang. After a few attacks, those people all fell to the ground, vomiting blood, unable to get up again. Yi Fan couldn't be bothered with these people. He kicked them one by one and sent them flying. He didn't look at Li Xiaoman and walked towards the peak. Ji Ziyue giggled and followed behind. Where do you think you're going? You hurt my Star Peak's disciple and you still want to leave? Light flashed in the sky and several figures flew over. A white-robed man was the leader. He looked very heroic and there were 5 or 6 people beside him who looked extraordinary. Senior brother. Those who were kicked away gathered, their faces full of shame. That white-robed man's cultivation is extraordinary. Ji Ziyue whispered in Yi Fan's ear. The white-robed man didn't go forward and the person who shouted just now wasn't him. A person walked out from the side and stared at Yi Fan coldly. Do you dare to fight me? Are you challenging a little cultivator who just entered the sect? Yi Fan smiled. I won't make things difficult for you. I won't use my peak divine bridge realm strength to suppress you. I'll give you a chance. I'll use my physical strength to exchange 3 palms with you. If you accept it, I'll write off what happened just now. The man said. Yi Fan laughed. He looked at the people present and then at Li Xiaoman. In the end, he stared at the man and said, All right, since you said so, I naturally can't retreat. Star Peak used the power of the stars to refine his physique. Once he reached the divine bridge realm, his body would be very strong. This person was so confident because of this. Chapter 139. This person was only 27 or 28 years old. He was tall and had very long arms. His palms, in particular, were twice the size of a normal person's, like 2 small palm leaf fans. His skin was crystal clear, as if bits of starlight had gathered on his body, and those especially thick palms were as transparent as white jade. Not only were they delicate, but they were also almost transparent. On the side, the cultivators whose weapons had been shattered by Yi Fan, and who had been kicked into the bushes all showed a trace of excitement. Compared to them, a cultivator at the peak of the celestial bridge realm was undoubtedly superior and unfathomable. Senior brother Yang, you must teach him a good lesson. Otherwise, he will really think that there is no one at Star Peak. Let him know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Senior brother, you have the battle power of the peak of the celestial bridge realm and can enter the Nirvana realm at any time. Don't be too ruthless and smash him into a meat patty. That would be so boring. You must be careful. Just shatter his palms. Keep him alive. We really want to see his expression. They seemed to have already seen Yi Fan being beaten until his bones were broken and his palms were shattered. They had not even made a move, but they already felt relieved. Senior brother Yang smiled slightly and did not say anything. He strode forward. He was tall, 2 heads taller than the average person. He looked down at Yi Fan, who looked only about 14 years old, and said, Actually, you are also quite good. Your body is really strong. If you confess now, I will not make things difficult for you. After all, we are all Taishan disciples, and we meet all the time. Yi Fan nodded and said, That's true. The Humble Peak and the Star Peak are neighbors. If I accidentally smash you, it will not be justifiable. This guy is too arrogant. How dare he speak to Senior Brother Yang like this? He is looking for death. Senior Brother Yang, smash all the bones in his body. Don't worry about anything. Our Star Peak disciples have never been looked down upon like this. In the history of the Taishan sect, half of the headmasters have come from our line. Even if the Humble Peak is going to rise, it will only be on par with us in the future. This boy is so arrogant now. It is really annoying. Li Xiaoman stepped forward and said to Yi Fan, You are no match for Senior Brother Yang, hurry up and apologize. Ji Ziyue smiled brightly and clapped her hands. Hurry up and fight, I can't wait anymore. Yi Fan glanced at Li Xiaoman and said nothing. He calmly took 2 steps forward. Junior sister Li, you've seen it too. I'm really sorry. Since he's like this, there's nothing I can do. Senior brother Yang's smile was very thick. Yi Fan came in front of him and said, "Isn't 3 punches too much? I think I can finish you off with 1 punch." Senior brother Yang did not get angry. There was a smile on his face as he said, "Since you are so confident, then I will fulfill your wish. I will end the battle with 1 punch. I will let you rest for a few years and reflect on how to be a reserved disciple." Senior apprentice brother Yang, smash him to pieces. The disciples behind him couldn't bear it any longer. "All right, I will let him understand that Star Peak is not to be blasphemed." Senior apprentice brother Yang stretched out his right palm, which was as flawless as white jade, and shouted, "Go rest in bed for a few years." His arm was very long, and he slapped forward in an instant. His palm was completely transparent, and one could clearly see the blood vessels and bones inside. One could also see the divine power flowing, interweaving into a screen of light. Around the jade palm, astral winds shook, and the surrounding vegetation was uprooted. Mountain rocks rolled and rumbled as if a divine wall was pressing over, wanting to crush Yi Fan. Yi Fan was incomparably calm. He didn't even see him circulate his divine power. He directly waved his hand and slapped forward, as if he was chasing away mosquitoes. In the back, the Star Peak disciples all revealed smiles. Being so casual was simply courting death. Many people were already clapping, feeling that there was no suspense. Only the white-robed man frowned and shouted, "Senior apprentice brother Yang, be careful." However, everything was too late. Yi Fan's palm instantly turned golden as if it was cast from fine gold. It was extremely mystical and didn't look like a palm of flesh at all. It was dazzling and dazzling. Bang! The golden palm collided with the transparent palm. First, there was a muffled sound, and then the sound of bones cracking. It was like frying beans, crackling non-stop. Ha ha ha! The light of a firefly dares to compete with the brilliance of the moon? Who doesn't know that the physique of our Star Peak disciples is the strongest? When they cultivate to a profound realm, their bodies are comparable to spirit treasures. He actually dared to exchange blows with senior apprentice brother Yang. He doesn't know the difference between life and death. However, they only discussed up to this point. Their voices stopped abruptly, and they swallowed the rest of their words. This was because the result shocked them. It wasn't Yi Fan's bones that were breaking. The sound of frying beans actually came from the tall and slender senior apprentice brother Yang. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded as they saw an inconceivable scene. The clothes on senior apprentice brother Yang's body directly turned into flying ash. His body was almost transparent. This was the result of the Star Peak's physique refinement after reaching a certain realm. Inside that almost transparent body, the snow-white bones were constantly cracking. Starting from the right palm, the cracks quickly spread upwards. His entire right arm was like porcelain that had been hit by a heavy hammer, and the cracks were densely packed. Then the cracks spread to the neck, then rushed to the chest, and then quickly split downwards. The fine cracks on the bones of both legs were like spider webs, densely packed, extending all the way to the toes before stopping. Finally, the spine, the other arm, and the skull were like porcelain that had been hit by a heavy blow, completely cracking. This was an extremely terrifying scene. Everything inside the transparent body could be clearly seen. When the white bones all over his body were broken, the sound of cracking was incessant. Every detail was witnessed by everyone. Many people were petrified on the spot, and there was a feeling of suffocation. Yi Fan calmly retreated, and then exhaled a breath of air. The airflow vibrated, and senior apprentice brother Yang fell backwards. He let out a miserable scream. Ah! At this moment, all the bones in his body were completely broken. At the same time he fell backwards, every part of his body was already deformed, and the broken bones could not support his flesh and blood. This result stunned everyone. This was a cultivator of the divine bridge realm, and all the bones in his body were actually smashed by a palm. Just thinking about it made people shiver. Behind him, a female cultivator quickly rushed forward and covered his body with divine light, preventing him from falling into the dust. Otherwise, this body would be completely crippled. Even so, she was still extremely nervous, afraid that the head would be deformed, so she carefully controlled it. How could this be? No one could maintain their composure. This kind of palm strength was simply shocking. Beating a cultivator of the divine bridge realm was no different from crushing a scarecrow. The few cultivators who had been kicked away by Yi Fan felt a lingering fear. How could such a character be ordinary? Not to say that killing them was as easy as taking something out of one's pocket. This kind of physical body is too terrifying. I, Xingfeng, use starlight to refine my body, and my body is extremely tyrannical. How could he shatter all the bones in senior apprentice brother Yang's body? How much power does that palm contain? I'm afraid it's comparable to a cultivator of the Nirvana realm. Yi Fan stood there quietly. His appearance was only about 14 years old, and he looked very delicate, even a little immature. There was a hint of innocence and sunshine about him, which made people feel so unreal. The disciples of Xingfeng all felt a chill down their spines. This was simply a beast in human form, and it was a legendary beast with terrifying divine power. Li Xiaoman was in a daze. She would never have thought that Yi Fan could cripple senior apprentice brother Yang with a slap. It seemed to be a casual strike, and he still had strength left. This made it difficult for her to calm down, and she could not believe this fact. At this moment, if one were to say who was the calmest, it would be Ji Ziyue. She giggled and said, "How boring. Is this big guy made of paper? He can't even take a beating." As soon as she said this, many people glared at her. Senior apprentice brother Yang is not skilled enough. You can't blame others. All of you step back. The man in white, who had been standing at the back, walked forward. Other than Ji Ziyue, he was the calmest person. He looked at Yi Fan and said, "You have repeatedly injured the disciples of my Xingfeng. You do have some skills. They are not wronged. Rest in bed for a few years and reflect on how to be a reserved disciple of the Taishan realm." Yi Fan said to senior apprentice brother Yang, who was screaming in pain, and then turned around to look at the man in white. This person was not old, only about 20 years old. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and looked very handsome. His white shirt and shoes were spotless, and there was starlight flowing in his eyes. "I think you are here to learn from your master. What kind of mystical method do you cultivate?" The man in white asked calmly. "The great way of nature," Yi Fan said casually. At the back, the disciples of the Xingfeng saw the man in white come forward, and they all calmed down and spoke. "The great way of nature of the humble peak has only been inherited not long ago. It can't be such a method." That power just now was as deep as the ocean, very different from the way of nature. They felt aggrieved, and anger surged. Today, they were repeatedly suppressed, and they felt that they had lost face for the Xingfeng. "If you don't want to say, I won't ask." The man in white was very indifferent and said, "I'll spar with you. As a cultivator of the Nirvana realm, you have the nerve to say that." Ji Ziyue came forward, and her lips curled slightly, revealing her teeth. She said, "Why don't you go find the strong cultivators of the Holy Palace to spar with? He can even cripple a cultivator at the peak of the Celestial Bridge realm with one palm. If I spar with him, it won't be considered bullying. You make it sound nice. He just has a strong physique. As a cultivator of the Nirvana realm, you can use all kinds of divine techniques. How can he fight with you?" Ji Ziyue asked, wrinkling her nose. When he crippled senior brother Yang with one palm, the result was already decided. He had no other choice. The man in white was emotionless and he said coldly, "If you want to live, kowtow and apologize in front of senior brother Yang, and break all the bones in your body. Otherwise, I'll do it myself. My legs have never even knelt to the heavens. Can he bear it? Can you bear it?" Yi Fan stared at the man in white. "Are your legs very hard? Then I'll break them first." The man in white was calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Not far away, Li Xiaomen walked lightly and said to the man in white, "Senior brother Chen Feng, why do you have to stoop to his level? A little punishment is enough. There's no need to make a big fuss. The humble peak has already risen. Don't hurt the harmony between the two branches." The man in white, Chen Feng, smiled and asked, "Oh, how does junior sisterly think I should punish him?" Yi Fan looked at Li Xiaoman and did not say anything. He strode forward and said to the man in white, "Do you really think I'm meat on the chopping block? That I can be kneaded however I want? Let me see what kind of storm you can stir up." The man in white, Chen Feng, looked calm. He opened his palm, and suddenly spots of starlight rippled out, as if a few stars were fixed in his hand. He looked at Yi Fan and said, "I'll give you one last chance. Break all the bones in your body and kowtow to apologize. Otherwise, if I do it myself, it's hard to say whether you'll live or die." If you don't act so high and mighty, will you die? Yi Fan's voice was very calm. I'll break your legs and step on your head. Chapter 140. Yi Fan's voice was not loud, but it made all the disciples of Xingfeng change their expressions. Chen Feng had a lot of prestige among them as he was a Nirvana realm cultivator. No one dared to talk to him like that. Boasting shamelessly. Aren't you afraid of losing your head? If you want to break senior brother Chen's leg, go and cultivate for another 100 years. The disciples of Xingfeng were repeatedly suppressed and felt aggrieved. At this moment, they were enraged by Yi Fan's short words. They were eager to see Yi Fan suppressed. Senior brother Chen Feng is such a figure. Killing him is as easy as flipping a hand. In senior brother Chen Feng's eyes, he is just a chicken and a dog. Chen Feng was dressed in a white robe that was as clean as snow. There was not a speck of dust on him, nor was there any vulgarity. He looked very otherworldly, as if he had walked out from a paradise. He indeed had the air of an outstanding disciple of a super sect. He was a little cold, but he was more composed. He smiled indifferently and said, "Young and ignorant, arrogant and ignorant. I have already given you a chance, but you did not grasp it. In that case, I will personally break all the bones in your body." Yi Fan kicked a 1,000-pound boulder towards Chen Feng and said, "Will you die if you are not superior?" He could not stand the arrogant attitude of the other party. Chen Feng gently waved his hand and his white robe fluttered. With a sweep of his sleeve, the 1,000-pound boulder instantly turned into powder and scattered down. "Be careful, little kid." Jianghu secretly transmitted her voice and said, "He is a Nirvana realm cultivator. If you want to defeat him, you can only rely on your strong physical body. You will only have a chance if you get close to him." Competing with divine power and spells, Yi Fan's chances of winning were too small. Only by fighting in close combat and relying on a strong physique that surpassed spiritual treasures could he have a chance to severely injure the other party. One should know that not long ago, he defeated Xianxia, a Nirvana realm cultivator from the Ji family, just like this. Yi Fan moved his body and was as agile as the wind. With each step, he left an afterimage, dazzling everyone's eyes. He instantly rushed over. The white-robed man lightly retreated. He wasn't senior brother Yang, and he had long since been on guard against Yi Fan. He didn't want him to get too close, and he wanted to rely on his powerful divine arts to crush Yi Fan. However, he had underestimated Yi Fan's speed. Not only him, even Jianghu's mouth was agape, revealing a shocked expression. Because she saw a powerful movement technique. She seemed to have heard of it, but she had never seen it before. "This is..." Jianghu's mouth formed an O shape as she wrinkled her nose and muttered to herself, "Could this be the legendary crazy old man's footwork?" When Yi Fan took a step forward, it gave people a feeling that he was using the Tao of nature. It was like moving clouds and flowing water, very natural, like an antelope hanging its horns, untraceable. The white-clothed man was already fast enough, like a meteor, swift to the extreme, leaving behind a series of afterimages. But Yi Fan was like a shadow following the body, following closely behind. He had to stick to the other party and engage in close combat. Otherwise, the situation would be very bad. After all, there was a huge realm difference. Before this, he kept moving towards the white-clothed man to create an opportunity for himself. Now, no matter what, he wouldn't give up easily. The Tao rhythm under his feet flowed, and he chased directly. Everyone around was shocked. Chen Feng was so strong, and a Nirvana realm cultivator moved like lightning. But Yi Fan caught up to him, and he couldn't escape. It was enough to show how mysterious that technique was. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Chen Feng was surprised to be caught up by Yi Fan. Yi Fan's movements were too fast, so fast that he couldn't escape. At his realm of cultivation, it could be said that he could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. He had unimaginable supernatural powers. Starlight flowed in his eyes, and there seemed to be an infinite number of stars vanishing. TSK, TSK. Starlight flowed in Chen Feng's pupils, and two beams of light shot out. They were sharper than swords and dazzling, and they directly pierced through Yi Fan's head. If it was metal or stone, it would have cracked, let alone a person with flesh and blood. But Yi Fan's expression was calm. His left hand was like light, and he gently flicked his fingers. Clang, clang. Two vibrations rang out, and the two sharp beams of starlight exploded like crystals. They shattered in an instant and then disappeared in the air. Hum. The void trembled slightly as Yi Fan's golden fist smashed forward. It was like Thor's hammer was vibrating, and the terrifying pressure made everyone around feel suffocated. Chen Feng's white robe fluttered, and starlight illuminated his body. His eyes were incomparably deep. In front of him, a curtain of light quickly interweaved and formed, separating him from Yi Fan. Bang! However, Yi Fan's golden fist was too domineering. It was ferocious and heavy, and it smashed down like a mountain. The terrifying fluctuations made everyone around lose their balance. Kacha! The curtain of light shattered on the spot, unable to block it all. It turned into streams of light and disappeared in the air. Boom! Yi Fan's golden fist seemed to be burning with golden divine flames, and it even smashed the void until it collapsed. Chen Feng finally felt the tyrannical strength of Yi Fan's body. He couldn't help but change his expression. His figure was illusory, and he constantly dodged. A stream of light shot out from the sea of bitterness. This was a jade plate, and it quickly became larger. It was like a sky, and there were strange pearls embedded on it. They were like the sun, moon, and stars shining brightly in the sky. They hung in the air, covering Yi Fan below. Chi chi chi. The sword chi was endless, and the nebula filled the air. This jade plate was very mystical. In an instant, the sky turned pitch black. The curtain of night fell, and every pearl released starlight, turning into sharp swords that stabbed down. It was simply a rain of swords. The black night sky, the dazzling pearls, and the shiny jade plate all vibrated at the same time, trying to strangle Yi Fan. Boom! Like the vibration of a large bell, the bronze trill resounded, making the ears of the surrounding people buzz. Unknowingly, a huge bronze plaque appeared in Yi Fan's hand. On it were the 4 ancient words, Big Lei Temple. He waved it toward the sky, blocking all the rain of swords. The bronze plaque was as heavy as a mountain. It shook in Yi Fan's hand and struck the jade plate above. Crash! It was as if the 7-colored glass had been shattered. Pieces of jade fell down, and strange pearls were dancing. That spirit treasure had been smashed into pieces. Chen Feng in white moved as fast as lightning, but he couldn't pull away. There was a strong wave of energy behind him. It was like a huge furnace, roasting him from behind, completely locking him in place. Do you really think that only your body is tyrannical? Chen Feng was chased by Yi Fan, and he was suddenly a little angry. As a cultivator of the Nirvana realm, when had he been so passive? 12 swords of the Milky Way. He let out a low roar, and 12 sword gleams rushed up from his body, as if they were reaching the clouds and rushing down to hell. The 12 star rivers roared and each transformed into a huge sword, slashing down toward Yi Fan's body. The cultivators of Nirvana Peak used the starlight to refine their bodies, and they attached great importance to the cultivation of their bodies. As long as they reached the celestial bridge realm, their physique would begin to transform and become extremely powerful. The Nirvana realm was naturally even more impressive. They could attract the Star River divine light into their bodies, and after years of accumulation, there would be endless starlight in their bodies, which could be condensed into an invincible sword. Clang, clang, clang. The sword gleams vibrated, and the 12 star rivers were formed by a large amount of starlight, stirring up the wind and clouds in all directions. Bang, bang. Something shocking happened. Yi Fan put away the bronze plaque of the Big Lei Temple, waved his golden fist, and punched out. The void was distorted like an unstable space. The pair of golden fists was the source of the turmoil, and the horrifying power from the vibrations was shocking. The surging star rivers were scattered. Yes, 3 star rivers were shattered by Yi Fan's 3 punches, and the starlight scattered in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Another 9 punches were thrown in succession. The golden fists were unstoppable, and surpassed spiritual treasures. The body itself was the strongest weapon. After the 9 attacks, the 12 star rivers were completely destroyed, turning into specks of light that quickly disappeared in the air. Chen Feng's body trembled. He was even more wary of Yi Fan's body. The sea of reincarnation shook, and he took out 3 powerful weapons in succession. The cloud chain was refined from chalcedony. It was sparkling like white jade, and it lingered in the sky. It was flawless, like a pure white sacred cloud. The star shield was engraved with a sky full of stars. It pressed down like a precipice, and it was as if a part of the sky was falling. The moon blade was like a crescent moon, dazzling with silver light. It spun and slashed, indestructible and murderous. Behind, the disciples of the Star Peak all gasped. This was Chen Feng's ultimate move. Few could resist the combination of three terrifying weapons. The cloud chain locked the sky, trying to seal Yi Fan alive. The star shield and moon blade were like stars sinking and the moon falling from the sky. It was as if a small world was being destroyed, drowning Yi Fan within. This was a powerful offensive technique. Yi Fan was finally stopped. He was covered by the endless starlight and moonlight, and he was locked down by the holy cloud chain. After all, Chen Feng was an expert of the Nirvana realm, and his strength was unquestionable. He broke away from the entanglement and rushed up into the sky. Behind, the disciples of the Star Peak all smiled. They were full of confidence in Chen Feng's methods. No matter how strong his body is, can it be more terrifying than a spiritual treasure? Let's see how he escapes this calamity. I've already said that senior brother Chen Feng can kill him as easily as breaking a chicken or a dog. An ant trying to shake a tree, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. I've already expected this outcome. Suddenly, a dull sound was heard. Rumble. The starlight and moonlight suddenly collapsed. Bang! Endless starlight rushed up, and the star shield was pierced by Yi Fan's fist. His black hair danced in the air, and his divine power was overwhelming. Clang! Another punch was thrown, and the moon blade broke. The moonlight dissipated, and the broken blade became dim and fell to the ground. Crack! Yi Fan's arms struggled, and the cloud chain collapsed inch by inch. The holy light faded, and the holy clouds collapsed. The disciples of the Star Peak were dumbfounded, and Li Xiaoman also revealed a look of disbelief. Three powerful magic treasures could not suppress him, and instead, they were shattered. This kind of body was unbelievable. In the sky, Chen Feng felt pain. The three treasures had been refined by him for many years, and they had long developed spirituality. However, they were destroyed today. This is simply the legendary humanoid beast. Is this still a body? It's simply a precious treasure. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. It's time to end everything. Chen Feng was as cold as ice. He stood in the sky, and his whole body emitted spots of starlight, like a white-robed star lord. Chapter 141. A Nirvana realm cultivator had many magical powers and thousands of spells. If it was just to deal with someone with a strong physique, they had endless means. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you are a god, standing high above the clouds? At this moment, Yi Fan suddenly shot into the sky and closed in again. Li Xiaoman was shocked. She never expected Yi Fan to be able to fly. It was obvious that he could cultivate, at least above the life spring realm. It was not as simple as having a strong physique. His physique obviously can't. Her heart was in turmoil, unable to calm down. Chen Feng was shocked at first, but soon calmed down. From the waves of divine power. His opponent was only in the celestial bridge realm. A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon. He opened his palm, and starlight poured down like mercury. It looked gentle, but it was heavy. He wanted to use endless divine power to refine Yi Fan alive. Yi Fan walked in the air. His footwork technique was mysterious. Every step he took gave off a natural feeling as he avoided the starlight. Below, Jianghu covered her mouth and whispered, "This guy has so many secrets. It really is like the legendary crazy old man's steps." At this point, even Chen Feng's expression changed. This kind of steps was a threat to him. It was very mysterious. Yi Fan was like a flowing cloud, like the blowing wind, moving left and right, making it impossible to catch his shadow. This kind of steps was indeed mysterious. He had studied it for more than a year, but he only had a basic understanding of it. That day, when Crazy Ol took a step, the endless mountains and rivers were behind him. It was a true shrinking of the earth, countless times faster than others flying in the sky and earth. It left an indelible impression on Yi Fan. The Tao pattern left by Crazy Ol was extremely complicated. He only comprehended the more superficial parts and did not fully comprehend it. Endless starlight. Chen Feng in white shouted. He raised his right hand, and a river of stars flowed out. At first, it was like a trickle, but soon the sky was drowned by starlight. No matter where Yi Fan hid, he was covered by starlight. With a flip of Yi Fan's palm, a copper 8 trigrams mirror appeared. It gathered boundless divine light and shone towards Chen Feng like a resplendent sun. The resplendent light was incomparably intense. The huge light beam immediately destroyed the starlight. This was the most powerful treasure of the Jiang clan's elder. It was a rare spiritual item. What? Such a powerful treasure shocked Chen Feng and he quickly retreated. In the distance, Jianghu chuckled and said, "Do you really think that this guy only knows how to swing his fists? If he gets entangled in close combat, there'll be a good show to watch." Suddenly, Jianghu could not laugh anymore. Her expression changed as she said, "Void art!" Yi Fan's body almost disappeared. He turned into a wisp of black smoke and floated forward. In a flash, he reappeared and slapped forward. Jianghu couldn't help but be shocked. Yi Fan first displayed an inexplicable footwork and then used the Great Void technique of Ji Clan's ancient scriptures. This was a powerful secret technique recorded in the Void scripture. When cultivated to the extreme, one could travel through the void with unfathomable power. I only wrote a short paragraph for him. Without the support of a powerful mental cultivation method, he can't use it at all. This guy must have cultivated an immortal canon that is not inferior to the Void scripture. At this moment, Chen Feng was also shocked. He was almost hit by Yi Fan's slap. He quickly dodged to the side. Buzz! The void trembled as if it was collapsing. Yi Fan did not chase after him, but a large black hand appeared beside Chen Feng, covering the sky and earth as it came crashing down. Void handprint incomplete style. Jianghu exclaimed softly and said to herself, "He must have cultivated some ancient scripture. Otherwise, there's no way he can use the void handprint." Pah! Although Chen Feng was fast, his left arm was still hit. The bones in his arm were crushed on the spot and his left arm hung limply. The huge black hand dissipated in the sky, but it stunned many people present. Chen Feng's face was pale and his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. In the distance, the disciples of Star Peak were all shocked. Chen Feng was so powerful but he had never gained the upper hand since the start of the battle. At this moment, his left arm was shattered. This was unimaginable. Where did he come from? Why does he have such a technique? How is this possible? Even senior brother Chen Feng is not his match. His left arm was actually shattered. Jianghu clenched her fists. She felt that Yi Fan had many secrets. He was not as simple as he looked on the surface. "Hey!" The white-robed Chen Feng shouted coldly. A river of stars rushed out of the sea of bitterness and surged towards his left arm. Pai pai pa pa. His left arm was trembling and then trembling. With the baptism and nourishment of the starlight, the broken arm grew back. This was the power of a Nirvana realm cultivator. Injuries could heal quickly. What kind of secret technique is that? Chen Feng revealed a serious expression for the first time. That huge black hand was too mysterious. Even now, he still felt uneasy. Yi Fan was also very surprised. The palm of void was very domineering and had great attacking power. Unfortunately, he had only mastered the crippled style and could not display it completely. Comparatively speaking, the Sea of Reincarnation chapter of the Tao scripture focused on consolidating one's foundation and digging out one's potential. There were no powerful attacking methods and it lacked secret techniques. Didn't you want to break all the bones in my body? Show me what you have. Do you really think you can be my enemy just because you have mastered a few secret techniques? Your divine power is far inferior. Chen Feng's expression turned cold. He opened his mouth and let out a breath. Starlight shone on his body and 7 stars appeared one after another. The 7 stars were as big as a human head and hung in the sky like 7 small suns. Then, they turned into streams of light and rushed in all directions. In an instant, the sky changed. It turned pitch black and stars actually appeared in the sky. He used his powerful divine power to seal the sky and set up a cage of heaven and earth to trap Yi Fan. "Let me borrow the divine power of the Northern Dipper Lord," Chen Feng shouted. In the sky, the 7 stars suddenly shone. They were not the real Big Dipper but the starlight of the Northern Dipper that he had cultivated for many years. One had to admit that the cultivators of the Nirvana realm were very powerful. Their methods were divine. The 7 stars hanging in the sky became the strongest weapon. "Dub he divine sword," Chen Feng shouted. Among the Big Dipper 7 stars, The Dubhe star was burning fiercely. It shot a sword aura straight at Yi Fan. Dubhe Divine Sword. The Dubhe star was abnormally brilliant. It sprinkled down a dazzling radiance that condensed into a sword and slashed at Yi Fan. Dubhe Divine Sword. The third sword aura slashed down like a bolt of lightning. Clang! In the sky, the Big Dipper, Alioth, Mizar, Alcade, Dubhe, and Dubhe shone with dazzling radiance. They condensed into 7 divine swords that slashed horizontally. Chen Feng treated Yi Fan as a formidable opponent and did not hold back at all. He said coldly, "I said I would break all the bones in your body. Of course, I will do it." Yi Fan used a mysterious footwork and kept dodging. These sword auras were indeed sharp, and he did not want to face them head-on. Buzz! Yi Fan struck out the palm of void again. A huge black hand appeared in the sky and slapped at Chen Feng. However, this time, Chen Feng was prepared and dodged at the first moment. The palm of void emitted a frightening energy wave as it slowly dissipated in the sky. The palm of void was indeed powerful, but it had a fatal flaw. It was not fast enough. Moreover, it was an incomplete move and could not kill the enemy in one hit. "What else do you have? Show me." Chen Feng sneered. Yi Fan dashed left and right, but the Big Dipper 7 stars were still hanging above his head, sweeping down sword auras. Senior apprentice brother Chen Feng named himself the Big Dipper 7 stars. As expected, he is powerful. This kind of sword aura is endless and indestructible. Star Peak. Ordinary disciples cannot use the Big Dipper 7 stars to entrust their minds. Senior apprentice brother Chen Feng is extremely talented. With 7 divine swords in the sky, it will not be long before he kills this kid. Yi Fan rushed into the sky and waved his golden fist. He smashed forward, wanting to destroy the 7 stars. Specks of yellow appeared on the surface of his body to protect him. The opponent's divine power was very powerful and could really suppress him. With a difference of 1 major realm, Chen Feng's forceful methods were not something that Yi Fan could contend against. At this moment, Yi Fan constantly circulated his mystic arts and finally mobilized a bit of source qi to resist the powerful divine power. In the end, he tore apart the divine power shackles and rushed into the sky, arriving in front of the Big Dipper 7 stars. The golden fist struck the sky, and the void seemed to collapse as the space distorted. In close combat, he was very confident. With one punch, he shattered the Dubhe star and starlight scattered in all directions. Yi Fan swung his fists again and again. The source qi flashed across his body and the other 6 stars in the sky were also shattered by him. How is this possible? Chen Feng was shocked. He was a cultivator of the Nirvana realm and had extremely powerful divine power. If he really attacked, he could suppress Yi Fan. But right now it seemed so strange. His opponent had easily shattered his divine star, which made him feel uneasy. Is this guy even human? He actually shattered senior apprentice brother Chen Feng's divine star. How powerful is he? Even a Nirvana realm cultivator might not be able to do that. The disciples of Star Peak were very shocked and confused. Yi Fan's physical body was powerful enough. Plus, with the source qi surrounding him, he was practically indestructible and unstoppable. As long as my body is not destroyed, my divine star will not be destroyed. You think you can stop me just by shattering it? Chen Feng growled and the Big Dipper appeared in the sky again. Then I'll shatter you. Yi Fan had no choice but to fight with all his might. There was a difference of 1 realm. Even though he had many secret techniques, he felt that it was very difficult. 7 stars transform. Lock time and space. Chen Feng shouted. The Big Dipper turned into 7 beams of light that swooped down and surrounded Yi Fan. Boom! The stars shone as if a sea of stars had fallen and sealed Yi Fan inside. At this moment, the Big Dipper turned into countless stars and became a starry sky. Although they weren't real stars and were all condensed from starlight, it was enough to seal a cultivator of the celestial bridge realm. The divine power of a cultivator of the Nirvana realm was too strong. If this continued, he would be refined into ashes sooner or later. Yi Fan didn't panic because he had a strong reliance, the source qi. This was the reason why he dared to fight a cultivator of the Nirvana realm. Although he couldn't hit the source qi out, when the endless starlight came crushing over, it was all destroyed on the surface of his body and couldn't hurt him. If I can refine my cauldron again or use the source qi to successfully refine my body, I won't have to be so passive. If I can refine my cauldron again or use the source chi to successfully refine my body, I won't have to be so passive. Yi Fan was silently circulating one of the 9 secrets. Since the start of the battle, he had been trying but hadn't been able to trigger it even once. Although this legendary supreme secret technique was profound and difficult, it wasn't long and could be completely integrated with the Tao scripture. He had already circulated it hundreds of times. After a long wait, the disciples of the Star Peak didn't speak anymore and quietly waited for Yi Fan to be refined into ashes. Chen Feng's body shone brightly and his white robe was spotless. He was really like a Star Lord, untainted by the aura of mortals as he stood in the sky. This is the time. Yi Fan was excited. After circulating the supreme secret technique hundreds of times, he finally succeeded. At this moment, he felt extremely powerful and his combat power increased rapidly. He felt that he had rushed into the Nirvana realm. 10 times the combat power. It's actually 10 times the combat power. He felt that everything was too dreamy. Although this supreme secret technique was difficult to successfully trigger, it could be called a priceless treasure. This was an unimaginable change that could make one 10 times stronger in an instant. It couldn't be explained by logic. This was a kind of power that could turn something rotten into something magical. Boom! Yi Fan threw a punch and shattered the stars in the sky. He took a step forward and his speed increased by 10 times. He used Crazy Ol's footwork and rushed over in an instant. Bang! Chen Feng couldn't dodge at all and was sent flying by the punch. The bones in his body kept cracking and dozens of them were broken. The starlight shone and his divine power collapsed and he lost his combat power. At the same time, Yi Fan felt an emptiness in his body. His powerful combat power retreated like the tide and completely disappeared. This was a very strange feeling. He had reached the peak in an instant and was beaten back to his original state in the next second. It was very magical. The supreme secret technique is definitely a treasure. Yi Fan couldn't calm down. He thought that this was more valuable than the ancient scripture of void. How is this possible? Senior brother Chen Feng was defeated. How did this happen? What secret technique did he use to shatter the starlight and send a Nirvana realm cultivator flying? The disciples of Star Peak were all stunned and couldn't accept this fact. Among them, Li Xiaoman was the most shocked. Her heart was in turmoil and she couldn't calm down. She felt that this was all an illusion. Killing is just a matter of nodding your head to the ground. Although you said you would break all my bones, I don't want to kill you. Yi Fan walked forward and looked down at Chen Feng who had fallen in the dust. At this moment, Chen Feng's white robe was covered in dust. Half of his black hair was gone and his face was pale. He couldn't accept this reality and couldn't move his injured body. You and I both know who is in the right and who is in the wrong. Star Peak has always been the only one and can't tolerate others being strong. I hope you guys know what to do in the future. After defeating a Nirvana realm cultivator, Yi Fan suddenly calmed down and the restlessness from before disappeared completely. At this moment, there were many people flying over from Star Peak. Let's go, a cultivator who has surpassed the Nirvana realm has appeared. Jianghu walked forward and pulled Yi Fan up into the sky. At this moment, a rainbow suddenly rushed over from the humble peak. It crossed many mountains like a real bridge that spanned dozens of miles. Li Ruoyu stood on the rainbow bridge and led Yi Fan and Jianghu to the top. This caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. What kind of tyrannical magical power was this? To be able to form a rainbow and cross over 10 mountains, this kind of method was shocking. In the sky far away, a few elders suddenly stopped and cupped their hands at the rainbow bridge. Senior brother Li, we mean no harm. I know. Li Ruoyu only said these 3 words. The rainbow that crossed the humble peak and dozens of peaks retreated like a wave and appeared on the peak of the humble peak with the 3 of them. Senior brother Li is not ordinary. I feel more and more that he will be comparable to the ancient mighty people. A few elders of Star Peak whispered. Jianghu was secretly speechless. She felt that Li Ruoyu was unfathomable and more mysterious than the legendary figures of the Ji clan. The disciples of Star Peak are too weak. Jianghu squinted her eyes and deliberately stirred up the topic. You guys haven't seen the most outstanding disciple of Star Peak. Although it can't be compared to the Eastern Wilderness divine body, it's not something you guys can fight against now, Li Ruoyu said. In the end, Jianghu yawned and walked back to her small wooden hut. Only then did Yi Fan ask Li Ruoyu for advice. I had to circulate it hundreds of times before I triggered the supreme secret technique. Senior, do you have any way to increase the probability? As one's cultivation level increases, the probability will increase. Apart from that, you have to find a few other supreme secret techniques. Every time you cultivate one more, the probability will increase by 10%. Yi Fan was shocked. According to Li Ruoyu, the reason why the 9 esoteric techniques were called supreme secret techniques was because they were too extraordinary. If the 9 esoteric techniques were completely combined, not to mention the other 8 supreme secret techniques, the one at Humble Peak would reach perfection and could be successfully triggered at any time. This is unbelievable. Yeah, turning something rotten into something magical. Li Ruoyu nodded and said, maybe it's because it's too unbelievable that even the heavens don't allow the 9 esoteric techniques to be combined. That's why it was split up and lost. Who is it that came to my Humble Peak? Why don't you come out and see me? Li Ruoyu suddenly said. The surroundings were quiet, there was no sound, nothing was out of the ordinary. There were no strangers on the Humble Peak, only a few dozen newly accepted disciples who were building wooden huts halfway up the mountain. It was as if they didn't hear Li Ruoyu's voice. The golden lake between Yi Fan's eyebrows pulsed. A powerful divine sense emerged and scanned in all directions. He felt a strange aura, but he couldn't pinpoint it, so he couldn't be sure if there was someone there. Li Ruoyu's expression was calm. He stood at the top of the Humble Peak and didn't make any moves. The plants around him suddenly flourished and grew towards the surroundings. So it's a cultivator from the Ji clan. The Great Void technique lives up to its name. It allows one to travel through the void. It's indeed a peerless secret technique. Li Ruoyu raised his head and stared. It was as if he could see through the void and see the origin. Right under his feet, a vine extended into the air. It was emerald green, with a flower bud on it that was about to bloom, emitting a crystal-clear glow. In that instant, the vine continuously grew, quickly extending outwards like a vigorous horned dragon, rushing into the sky. The flower bud blossomed in the wind, the petals sparkling and translucent, brilliant and dazzling, locking down an area of the void, containing the enormous flower within. This was the Tao of nature. The petals represented eternity, locking down a part of the space. The Humble Peak is indeed extraordinary. Is there going to be a second Almighty? The void shattered. An old man stepped out from the void and stood on the crystal-clear petals. Chapter 142. On the Humble Peak, the vines were as thick as water tanks, stretching over 100 meters into the sky. An enormous flower bloomed like a 5-colored crystal. It spat out multicolored light and flickered with specks of brilliance. Among the flowers, there was an old man in cyan with snow-white hair and a jade-like face without any wrinkles. His eyes were as deep as the sea. Behind him, there was darkness as if night had fallen. It was also like a bottomless pit that connected the entire void, giving people the feeling that the great Tao was as deep as the abyss. Pop! The flower under his feet made a soft sound. The petals dimmed as if they had encountered frost and snow, withering quickly. Then, the vines withered and fell from the sky. The old man from the Ji family didn't move, but the pitch-black void behind him spurted out a black light that covered the summit of the Humble Peak. It was pitch black, as if dark clouds were pressing down on them. It was majestic and suffocating, as if a black mountain was pressing down on them. Li Ruoyu stood in place without moving. The surrounding vegetation flickered with green light, and a towering ancient tree grew rapidly. It was like a huge umbrella that covered the sky, towering into the sky and blocking the endless black light above it. Bang! Suddenly, a black trident appeared in the sky. It cut the towering tree into pieces and stabbed down towards the Humble Peak. It was 100 meters long and seemed to be able to tear the sky and earth apart. Splash! On the Humble Peak, a white waterfall rushed to the sky like a silver dragon and wrapped around the black trident. There was no fierce collision, no dazzling light. The silver waterfall wrapped around the giant trident like soft fingers. The great Tao of nature lives up to its name. The old man from the Ji family shouted. The entire sky turned dark. Dark clouds rolled and pressed down. Purple lightning flashed and covered the Humble Peak. Pop! Around Li Ruoyu, all the plants overflowed with fragrance. Endless green light shot up into the sky and a rain of light fell. A natural and gentle power flowed into the sky and spread in all directions. Swish! The Great Void technique appeared. The old man from the Ji family appeared behind Li Ruoyu without a sound and slammed his palm. Bang! Li Ruoyu seemed to be able to see through the void and capture the trajectory of the Great Void technique. He turned his hand back to meet the attack. When the two palms collided, a terrifying energy burst out. However, they did not wreak havoc on the humble peak. Instead, they flew into the sky and disappeared. Bang! Bang! The sound of palm strikes kept ringing out, and streams of terrifying energy shot up from the summit of the humble peak, tearing through the sky like lightning. The elder from the Ji family used the Great Void technique. He appeared in different directions and couldn't be predicted at all. This was a supreme secret technique. However, Li Ruoyu seemed to be able to predict the future. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. He waved his sleeves in all directions and blocked the Great Void technique. Boom! In the end, a black-colored hand covered the heavens and the earth as it descended, enveloping the entire peak of Humble Peak with the intention of uprooting it. This kind of terrifying scene caused people's hearts to palpitate. The terrifying fluctuations directly shook people to their bones, causing them to panic and suffocate, involuntarily trembling. Grand Void handprint. These types of methods were world-shocking and intimidating. When ordinary cultivators saw this, they couldn't even muster the will to resist. It was just too terrifying. It was as if a part of the sky was collapsing. Boom! Li Ruoyu rushed up and welcomed it with a single palm. In an instant, the humble peak was suffused with the aura of nature. The green light and black light clashed and mixed together. Li Ruoyu and the black-colored hand were both contained within. Waves of muffled sounds rang out continuously, causing the surrounding mountains to shake. Those who saw this scene were all terrified. In the end, there was no destructive aura. All of the light was retracted. The black-colored hand slowly faded away in the sky as Li Ruoyu landed on the humble peak. Good, good, good. The elder from the Ji family landed on the ground and said, "The humble peak's inheritance is indeed extraordinary. It isn't an ancient scripture, but it is comparable to an ancient scripture. The Tao follows the laws of nature. You might really become the second almighty of the humble peak." Both of them didn't use their full strength. It was just a simple test, but it was enough to shock everyone. "I wonder why Senior has come to the humble peak?" Li Ruoyu asked. Not far away, Yifan was a little surprised. Li Ruoyu was so old, yet he still called this person Senior. It seemed like he was a famous elder from the Ji family. After a long period of silence, I came out to take a walk and find a descendant. At this moment, Ji Ziyue was hiding in a small wooden house. Her big black eyes turned, then she walked out and called out, "Great-grandfather, why are you here?" "To find you, of course. Brother Ji Hong has come to my Taishan sect. Why didn't you say hello?" A great elder of the Taishan sect said telepathically from afar. "Please forgive me for barging in." The elder of the Ji family, Ji Hong, bowed to the distant sky. Ji Hong rose into the air and flew into the distance to meet an old friend. On the humble peak, Yifan felt guilty and was ready to run, but if he just left like that, he felt a little sorry for Li Ruoyu. At this moment, Ji Ziyue seemed to have sensed something. She flew over lightly and blocked his way, saying, "Little brat, are you trying to escape?" "No, I'm just taking a walk." "You are too sensitive," Yifan denied. "You must have a lot of secrets on you, otherwise why would you be so guilty?" Ji Ziyue circled around him, then tilted her head and said, "In a while, come with me to our Ji family." "I won't go even if you beat me to death." This was what Yifan was thinking, but he had a smile on his face and said, "I can't ask for more. It would be even better if I could marry into the Ji family." "What does a little brat know?" Ji Ziyue chuckled. "I have a cousin who is just 9 years old. She is a good match for you." "I don't lack daughters." "What nonsense are you muttering?" Ji Ziyue glared at him. In the end, Ji Hong returned to the humble peak and called Ji Ziyue over. "I have urgent matters to attend to. Don't wander around. Stay in the Taishan sect for now. The situation outside is a bit complicated." After saying these words, Ji Hong left in a hurry. Yifan was most satisfied with this result. Now he had enough time to prepare to leave. Not long after, the headmaster of the Taishan sect and the legendary figures also flew out of the 108 main peaks and rushed into the distance. What happened? Inside the Taishan sect, many disciples were discussing. It had been many years since the headmaster and the great elder were dispatched at the same time. It wasn't until a day later that news came that a crazy old man had appeared in the territory of the Wei Kingdom. He was suspected to be a peerless master from 6,000 years ago. This news shocked dozens of surrounding countries. The Ji family, the Yaoguang Holy Land, and the Taishan sect all sent out top experts to search for him. It's actually a peerless master of the past. He has actually lived for more than 6,000 years and still exists in this world. It's incredible. How can a person live for 6,000 years? He's simply a living history book. He has experienced various dark and light eras. It's really a miracle. Inside the Taishan sect, many people were discussing. After hearing the news, Yi Fan's heart trembled. He suddenly thought of crazy Ol. It must be him. 6,000 years ago, the heavenly Jade Holy Land was incomparably prosperous. With the strength of the entire sect, they attacked the ancient barren Forbidden Land and never returned. They were removed from the world. Crazy Ol was the only survivor. Many people wanted to know what had happened 6,000 years ago and what kind of existence the desolation in the endless abyss was. 6,000 years ago, Crazy Ol's cultivation was earth-shattering. In the Eastern Barren Territory, no one could match him. A peerless master like him had lived for another 6,000 years and still did not die. Everyone wanted to know what level he had reached and how far he was from immortality. They wanted to hear his teachings. In particular, there were great forces like the Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land. The great elders of the sects all wanted to talk to such a peerless master. For the great figures of the world, such a living fossil was more attractive than the ancient scriptures of the Eastern Barren Territory. On the third day, there was more news. Crazy, that peerless master has completely gone crazy. No one can talk to him. He is crying and laughing. It's impossible to communicate with him. It's too terrifying. Many famous people were sent flying by his sleeves. No one can get close to him. 6,000 years ago, he was already earth-shattering. Now, it's impossible to estimate his strength. He disappeared. In just a few steps, the endless mountains and rivers were left behind. He directly left the Wei territory. No one can keep up with his footwork. It's hard to see his back even if one flies in the sky or bursts into the ground. At this moment, Ji Ziyue blocked Yi Fan, not letting him leave. Did you learn that footwork from that crazy old man? What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Yi Fan would not admit it. It definitely has something to do with it. Our Ji family's ancient books have detailed records. It's a footwork that far surpasses shrink. It's unparalleled in the world. Only that crazy old man knows it. Yi Fan felt that this little girl was too clever. Almost all his secrets had been discovered by her. If he was not paying attention, she would be able to sense the abnormality. Senior, are there really immortals in this world? Yi Fan came to the peak and asked Li Ruoyu. Everyone is asking. It doesn't matter if there is or not. As long as we have a firm belief that the path to immortality is feasible, we can continue forward. Just what level has the crazy old man reached? Logically speaking, living for 6,000 years is simply a miracle. There is no reason for him not to become an immortal. I'm afraid even the Eastern Wasteland divine body can't live that long. If he doesn't become an immortal, then he goes crazy. Perhaps he is such an existence. Li Ruoyu also sighed. Within the Taishan sect, apart from the 108 main peaks, there were countless secondary peaks. Not all the mountains were surrounded by immortal qi. Some places were very desolate, just like the humble peak. Yi Fan had been preparing to leave for the past few days. He constantly wandered around the Taishan sect, wanting to make one last effort to understand what conditions were needed to open the gate before the sect would let him go. The sun was setting, and the evening glow dyed most of the sky red. He came to an extremely desolate mountain ridge. Weeds grew everywhere, and withered vines covered the ground. At this moment, he suddenly froze. On a large bluestone facing the west of the mountain ridge, a white-haired old man was lying on his side, facing the setting sun. His clothes were shabby and looked very old. It didn't look like the clothes of this era at all. He was muttering something, and 2 lines of tears hung from his muddy old eyes. Old madman, it was actually old madman. Yi Fan was shocked. He never thought that he would meet him in the Supreme Profound sect. How could he be here? Didn't he leave the Wei border in a few steps and go somewhere else? Chapter 143. Under the blood-red setting sun, withered vines coiled around the bluestone. Birds returned to their nests and leaves drifted down. Crazy Ole lay on the bluestone, facing the setting sun. His eyes were filled with endless yearning and sadness. 2 lines of tears stood out on his wrinkled face. He used to be an earth-shattering cultivator. 6,000 years ago, he was already undefeatable in the Eastern Barren Territory. But now, he was curled up here, his skinny body shivering. It made people feel pity for him. Senior. Yi Fan walked up and squatted in front of the bluestone. He gazed at Crazy Ole. He felt sorry for him, but he didn't know how to help him. Crazy Ole looked up at him and then at the setting sun. It seemed that nothing in the world could attract his attention. Only the blood-red sun could attract his full attention. That year, the setting sun was like blood and Merak was stained with blood. That day, all things withered and Merak fell. Crazy Ole had lived for so many years, but he couldn't stop crying. His eyes were cloudy. Senior, the past can't be undone. The dead are gone. Let's get over it. Yi Fan tried to persuade him. All of a sudden, the setting sun disappeared and sank below the mountain. The moment the blood-red sun disappeared, Crazy Ole's eyes suddenly shot out 2 dazzling beams of light, piercing through the void. The sadness on his face disappeared, and he sat up abruptly. He seemed to have become a completely different person. He was like a peerless sword that had been unsheathed and revealed its edge, causing the mountain ridge to become silent. All of the birds and beasts were trembling with fear. Yi Fan felt a strong pressure. If he didn't have a body that was stronger than a spirit treasure, he would have broken his bones and tendons. Crazy Ole was right in front of him. He was like a mountain, giving off an unimaginable pressure. Their aura. He gazed at Yi Fan and grabbed Yi Fan's arm. His eyes suddenly became deep. Yi Fan shuddered. This crazy old man was too terrifying. This kind of pressure made it impossible for him to move. It far surpassed any other cultivator he had seen before. He immediately thought of the forbidden land of the remote antiquity, the heavenly jade saintess, the endless skeletons on the 9 sacred mountains, and the desolate slaves. The them that Crazy Ole mentioned was most likely referring to them. However, it had been more than a year. His aura should have been cleansed, but Crazy Ole could still sense it. This kind of terrifying spiritual mind was horrifying. Crazy Ole brushed his hand over his body, and the celestial jade saintess emerged. She stood in the air, her eyes bright and her teeth white. Her body was light and graceful, and her beauty was unparalleled. She was lifelike and almost perfect. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. What kind of divine art was this? With a light brush, he was able to capture a living shadow. This was truly unheard of and unseen. Crazy Ole brushed his hand again, and countless skeletons appeared on the mountain ridge. All the skeletons he saw on the 9 sacred mountains that day appeared. Suddenly, Crazy Ole hugged his head and howled in pain, like a lone wolf howling in grief. Ha ha! Finally, he threw his head back and laughed crazily. If he didn't become an immortal, he would become a demon. He cried and laughed, just like when they first met. He lost control of his emotions, which made people feel pity. The celestial jade saintess was dignified and beautiful. She stood in the air, overshadowing the stars and moon. The endless skeletons emitted a densine energy as if they had really descended. They revolved around Crazy Ole. The scene was very strange, and it made people's hair stand on end. On the side, Yi Fan mistakenly thought that he had come to the forbidden land of the remote antiquity, and met the peerless celestial jade saintess and the skeletons again. Crazy Ole let out a muffled growl, then suddenly raised his head and looked at the celestial jade saintess and the skeletons. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes, and he actually carved the word Dao in the sky. Then he stood up with his head held high, his hands moving slowly and forcefully. All the figures were carved in the void, forming a huge pattern. Inside, there were countless skeletons, mountains of corpses, and seas of blood. In the center, the celestial jade saintess was dressed in white, her black hair flowing like a waterfall. She looked so lifelike, as if she had a soul. This. Behind her, Yi Fan was shocked. He had never seen or heard of using the void as a pattern. Today he saw it with his own eyes. It was really shocking. Crazy Ole's hands moved, and the aura of the Tao circulated. With a clang, he carved the word immortal on the pattern. Brilliant light shone. The word immortal seemed to have a strange magic power. All the figures in the pattern dimmed, and in the end, there seemed to be only one immortal left. There were only some vague shadows around, and even the celestial jade saintess in the center was blurred. The pattern flowed with a misty aura. The word immortal had endless Taoist rhyme, giving people a feeling that the great Tao was boundless and natural. Crazy Ol stretched out a finger and touched his forehead. The huge pattern in the sky turned into a brand and rushed into his head. His face showed all kinds of emotions. Yi Fan was shocked. What was Crazy Ol doing? Clang! The brand appeared on Crazy Ol's forehead, and the shadow inside became dimmer and dimmer. Only the shining word, immortal, was left. Is he erasing the past, or is he making a deeper memory? Yi Fan was secretly surprised. Crazy Ol's method was hard to predict. After a long time, Crazy Ol finally calmed down. Smack! At this time, he lightly patted the big green rock. Suddenly, a hazy halo flashed, and a mysterious pattern emerged. Undoubtedly, he was sober at this moment. He was not patting the green rock randomly. Yi Fan was shocked. He concentrated on the pattern, and his eyes were filled with divine light. The hazy halo shone on the green rock, and it was as difficult as a ghost drawing. It was as if he had seen it before. It looked very familiar. He had an extremely familiar feeling. Mysterious footwork. Yi Fan was shocked. This pattern was a complicated Tao pattern, very profound and difficult to understand. He had memorized Crazy Ol's footwork, but compared to the complete Tao pattern, it was too far away. This was the real mysterious footwork. Yi Fan was bewildered. Crazy Ol took one map from him and gave one back to him. It seemed that he wanted to call it even. At this moment, there was no time for him to think. He focused all his attention and memorized this mysterious pattern. The hazy halo rushed into his eyes, turning into a pattern, and engraved in his heart. This secret pattern was extremely profound and complicated. Yi Fan had only tried it once, and he immediately felt the world spinning. His level was too low, and he could not understand the most profound Tao pattern. This footwork must be a supreme secret technique. He was secretly surprised. Right at this moment, the blue stone shattered, turning into fine powder, leaving nothing behind. Crazy Ol stood up and walked into the depths of the mountain. Yi Fan was shocked and followed behind. Although this old man was crazy, there were times when he was sober. There must be a reason for him to come to Taishan. This was a barren mountain, even more than the humble peak, but it was not the main peak. There was no one from the Taishan sect here. After walking for about a dozen miles, Crazy Ol suddenly stamped his foot, and a short mountain in front of him split open, as if it had been cut by a god with a giant axe. Behind him, Yi Fan was dumbfounded. The power of one stomp was terrifying. The short mountain split in half, like two open doors. Crazy Ol walked straight in. The inside was hazy and misty like a mysterious realm. It was actually a completely different world, like an independent space. Who dares to break into my Taishan heavy land? A shout suddenly came. Yi Fan stopped here, not daring to go further. Several figures flew out from the hazy space to stop Crazy Ol. Beams of dazzling light rushed towards Crazy Ol. It could be clearly seen that there were powerful iron seals, a giant net that covered the sky. All kinds of powerful spirit treasures, all emitting terrifying fluctuations. However, Crazy Ol waved his big sleeve, and all the treasures turned into powder. There was no suspense at all. All the brilliance was destroyed. It was simple and casual. It could be said that it did not take any effort. It was better than taking a stroll in the park. The 7 or 8 figures who had just rushed out of the fog were all shocked, but before they could react, Crazy Ol lightly shouted, and they all fainted and fell to the ground. These people were all white-haired and white-bearded elders of the Taishan sect, but in front of Crazy Ol, they were no different from ants. Yi Fan was shocked. If Crazy Ol wanted to kill people, even the powerful Taishan sect would become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. No one in the eastern wasteland could stop him. Crazy Ol strode forward, straight into the fog. Yi Fan was very surprised. Seeing that all the elders had fainted, he did not hesitate and rushed forward. The fog dispersed, and the sky was full of stars. They had all come to a valley. There was an enormous altar here, and there were many Tao patterns carved onto it. There were also many ancient characters that indicated the various regions of the Eastern Wasteland. The Space Gate. Yi Fan was shocked. He suddenly thought of the two words, Space Gate. This must be the important place of the Taishan sect, the Space Gate. If I can provide enough source to activate the patterns, I can cross the void from here. Thinking of this, Yi Fan rushed forward. If he could cross to the other side of the Eastern Wasteland from here, it would be a great wish of his. The area where the Taishan sect, the Ji family, and the Yaoguang Holy Land was located was in the south of the Eastern Wasteland, while the Jade Lake Holy Land was in the north. No one could tell how far the north and south were. Even if a cultivator could travel such a distance by riding a rainbow, it would still take years of hard work, which was really a headache. Without the Space Gate, the entire Eastern Wasteland could not be connected. The area was too big. In this area, apart from the Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land, the Taishan sect was the most powerful. However, after all, they were not holy lands. The patterns they carved could only reach the center of the Eastern Wasteland, not the northernmost part. After Crazy Ol stepped onto the altar, he did not use the patterns on it. Instead, he did it himself. He quickly carved extremely complicated patterns, and the entire altar crackled. He just wanted to use the large amount of source here. He could carve the patterns himself, but Crazy Ol came to the Taishan sect to cross the void. Where on earth was he going? Yi Fan was very surprised and wanted to know the answer. I should leave the Taishan sect, but should I cross the void with Crazy Ol? Yi Fan's heart was anxious. Such a peerless figure really made him want to follow him. However, only God knew where Crazy Ol was going. If he appeared in the forbidden area of the ancient wasteland or in a forbidden area like the Origin Ancient Mine, the consequences would be unimaginable. The places where such a living fossil appeared could not be judged by common sense. Chapter 144. At this moment, the sky was dark and filled with stars. In the valley, the sacrificial altar was huge. It was made entirely of Shen jade. The surface was very wide. Crazy Ol's fingers were like knives, carving on the surface with a very focused expression. Stone chips flew everywhere. The complicated patterns were densely packed and deeply imprinted on the jade. It was so profound that it was impossible to understand them. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The bright moonlight sprinkled down. There was only a rustling sound at the space gate. The Shen jade was transparent. Mysterious patterns were carved on it. Yi Fan watched from the side. He wanted to figure it out, but he felt dizzy. It was an endless space that could easily make people lose themselves inside. Senior, where are you going? Yi Fan asked. He felt that it would be very dangerous to follow the old man. Bang! The altar shook. The Shen jade shone brightly. The patterns had been carved. Crazy Ol stood up and stood in the center of the altar. Seeing that he did not respond, Yi Fan hesitated. Should he follow? Senior, I want to go with you. He spoke again. This kind of peerless master was like a living ancient scripture. If he could be taught by such a person, his cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. However, at this moment, the old man went crazy again. He cried and laughed. He did not respond to Yi Fan at all. Let's do it. Yi Fan decided to follow. He wanted to leave the Taishan sect in the first place. It was no longer safe here. If he was taken back to the Ji family, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Fan leaped up and flew to the center of the altar. He stood side by side with the old man. At this moment, the altar began to absorb energy. The source, buried in the ground, shone brightly. Like waves of water, it flowed towards the altar. The translucent jade flickered continuously. The Tao patterns carved by Crazy Ol seemed to have come to life. They trembled and became sentient, glowing brightly. The space twisted and collapsed. Then, a dark door opened. The space gate was successfully opened. No one knew where it led to. The deranged Crazy Ol stepped in, and Yi Fan followed closely behind. They appeared in the silent void. Nothing could be sensed in it. It was eternal darkness and endless silence. The gate closed slowly. Then, the whole altar began to absorb the endless source energy. Suddenly, the old man screamed. He hugged his head. The immortal character on his forehead shone brightly. A mysterious energy flowed out and wrapped him up. This was a terrifying power. The space became unstable. It began to crack. Strange lights flashed in the eternal darkness. Crazy, Ol fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. He floated there quietly, motionless. His body was covered by a layer of silk, which came out from the Xian character on his forehead like a cocoon. Yi Fan was shocked. What kind of changes did the old lunatic undergo? He actually caused space to crack. He was about to cross the void, yet this place was extremely unstable. This was a tremendous disaster. It's over. How could something like this happen? Yi Fan's face immediately paled. An unforeseen event happened while crossing the void, and one's body could easily be crushed to pieces. Crack! Crack! The space failed. Large cracks appeared. It was on the verge of collapse. Yi Fan started to operate the mystical method recorded in the scripture of Tao. He tried to mobilize the source qi. If the space shattered, he would be pulverized without divine power. It was a long and worrying process. It was a torment for Yi Fan. The space did not shatter immediately. Finally, a stream of source qi started to flow. It was hazy inside his body, releasing a heavy aura. I can't draw out all the source qi. Yi Fan grabbed the cocoon-covered old man. Perhaps only this body could withstand the force of the space shattering. Crack! Crack! Finally, the eternal darkness reached its limit. It shattered with a boom. The space shattered to the extreme. It was a silent annihilation. The elephant was invisible. The loudest sound was silent. The destructive power shattered everything. At this moment, the old man's strength was demonstrated. The cocoon on his body flowed with a strange light. It propped up a light curtain and fixed the space. Bang! Bang! The old man and Yi Fan were shaken out. They reappeared in the real world. They did not leave the Taishan sect. After traveling for a few dozen miles, they landed on a deserted mountain. At this moment, a deafening sound came from behind them. Light shot into the sky. The mysterious jade altar cracked. Boom! This was a powerful wave of energy. The dazzling light shot into the sky, dimming the stars. It was as if 10 suns had appeared at the same time, shining in all directions. Yi Fan was scared. Crossing the space was too dangerous. Such a terrible energy was enough to crush his body many times. Fortunately, he fell from this place. In the Taishan sect, the cultivators of the 108 main peaks were alarmed. The space gate was shining brightly. It was as if dozens of volcanoes were erupting at the same time. Everyone's expression changed. The space gate has been opened. The space has been pierced. The space has failed to cross the space. Could it be that something happened to the great figures of the Taishan sect when they crossed the space? Many elders rose into the air and looked at the space gate. At the same time, the Taishan headmaster and many of the famous figures were even more shocked. The energy waves, like the deep sea, made them feel uneasy. Who is opening the space gate? Asked a great elder. The void is collapsing. If there's someone in there, I'm afraid they're in danger. Another grand elder revealed a bewildered expression. Dozens of miles away, Yi Fan's heart was pounding. He was secretly glad that he had escaped. If it wasn't for the source qi of all things, if it wasn't for the old man's cocoon, I would most likely be dead. He slowly calmed down. At this moment, they had fallen into a mountain range. The old man was wrapped in a cocoon. He had fallen into a deep sleep and was motionless. Such a peerless figure is really unfathomable. Even the broken space cannot do anything to him. Yi Fan was shocked. In fact, the reason why the space had collapsed was completely because of the old man. Yi Fan did not dare to stay. He picked up the old man and rushed to the humble peak. He did not fly, but only walked through the forest. At this moment, the Taishan sect was in chaos. Many cultivators of the 108 main peaks were rushing to the space gate. No one paid attention to the direction of the humble peak. Yi Fan took the old man to the humble peak and placed him in the broken palace where he lived. Li Ruoyu appeared silently and said in a low voice, "What happened just now? Did it have anything to do with you?" His spiritual sense was extremely sharp and he noticed something strange. "It has nothing to do with me." Yi Fan pointed directly at the old man. Li Ruoyu probed with his spiritual sense. His spiritual heart suddenly became unstable, and his body felt like it was about to be torn apart. The natural flow of the great path was not smooth. The cocoon in front of him was like a demon fetus, which made his heart palpitate. This is. He sucked in a breath of cold air and took a few steps back. Yi Fan did not hide anything. He directly told the identity of the old man and what had happened just now. Before becoming an immortal, he went crazy. A peerless master from 6,000 years ago. Li Ruoyu was moved and could not keep calm. Anyone who heard this would be shocked. The old man had lived through countless eras. He could be called a living ancient scripture. For such a figure to appear on my humble peak, I don't know if it's good or bad for Taixuan. Li Ruoyu frowned. At this moment, the headmaster of Taixuan and some famous figures stared at the cracked Xian jade platform and did not speak for a long time. Their hearts were full of shock. This kind of pattern is too profound and difficult to understand. I am afraid that even the space gate in the Holy Land is not as good as this. Who carved it? At this time, the elders who were guarding here came to their senses and quickly told them what had happened. What, it must be him. The headmaster of Taixuan and the famous figures all looked shocked. Not long after, the headmaster of Taixuan and the famous figures of the sect all appeared on the humble peak. Li Ruoyu had invited them here. The appearance of the old man here was of great importance, and he could not hide it. However, Li Ruoyu did not mention Yi Fan. He said that the old man had fallen from the void and appeared on the humble peak by accident. In the next few days, everything was very calm. The Taixuan sect blocked the news and did not let it spread. The elders of the Taixuan sect worshipped the old man like a sacred object and sent people to guard him, for fear that he would be disturbed. The old man was in a strange state, covered by a cocoon, and there was a strange energy flowing. One of the famous figures of the Taixuan sect wanted to investigate, but he was shocked and vomited blood. Did you notice that there is something strange on the humble peak? There must be some secret. Ji Ziyue whispered to Yi Fan. Yi Fan was speechless. He had been warned by Li Ruoyu not to leak the news, or he might be dragged into it. I hope the old man wakes up soon and nothing happens to him. Yi Fan could only pray like this. In the next few days, there were still no disturbances. It was very calm. Now the humble peak had risen, its status had risen, and it had accepted many outstanding disciples. The main peak was no longer desolate. Every day, disciples from other main peaks would come to visit. Yi Fan got to know many young disciples, and Ji Ziyue was surrounded by people like stars around the moon. On this day, people from the star peak came and actually invited Ji Ziyue and Yi Fan. After hearing this news, Yi Fan suddenly frowned, but Ji Ziyue smiled sweetly. She was not afraid of the other party causing trouble at all. On the same day, Ji Ziyue mysteriously said to Yi Fan, "My great-grandfather is here." Yi Fan was shocked and said subconsciously, "That old man is here again? How can you say that?" Ji Ziyue glared at him. "I misspoke. Do I want to take you back?" Yi Fan asked awkwardly. No, the old man appeared on the humble peak. The Taixuan sect thought they could keep it a secret, but my family and the Yaoguang Holy Land all know. Now that several great figures have arrived here, something extraordinary will definitely happen next. Yi Fan felt very ashamed. There were many things that he couldn't tell Ji Ziyue, but she told him everything without holding anything back. In the distant sky, an ancient golden chariot rolled across the sky, rumbling over. The chariot was covered with knife marks and arrow holes, and it exuded an endless and ancient aura. Chapter 145. The great figures of the Ji clan and the Yaoguang Holy Land had arrived. The headmaster of Taixuan and many famous figures came to greet them personally. The humble peak was overgrown with weeds and withered vines. The palace was in ruins, but today it caused the clouds to move. 9 green-colored flood dragons moved across the heavens. They looked as if they were cast from molten iron, green-colored flood dragon scales flickering, full of a shocking feeling of power. They pulled an ancient golden war chariot, rumbling as they crushed over. They were heavy and imposing, as if they rushed out from a painting of history. The great figures of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji clan came together. They sat in the same chariot and appeared on the humble peak. Many cultivators of the 108 main peaks of Taixuan were alarmed. Many elders looked over. In the broken palace, Crazy Old did not move. He was covered by a silver cocoon, and a mysterious power vibrated from him. The entire peak was pulsating with him. He was like a demon fetus, but also like a celestial seed. It made people's hearts tremble. It was an indescribable feeling. The faces of the great figures of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji clan changed as soon as they entered the palace. They did not say anything. They just sat on the ground and closed their eyes to think, sensing with their hearts. The great figure from 6,000 years ago was now suspected to have reached nirvana. For them, this was a great opportunity. If they could comprehend the ultimate truth from this pulsation, they would benefit for the rest of their lives. They might even have the opportunity to become immortals. Hey, why are you leaving? It's rare for a great figure to appear. It's a good chance to see what he looks like. Ji Ziyue was slender and elegant. Her skin was smooth, and her teeth were sparkling. Her eyes were full of spirit. She grabbed Yifan and asked suspiciously, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to find a quiet place to cultivate. Instead of being envious of the great figure's power, it's better to become stronger myself." Yifan walked down the humble peak. "You're lying. I feel like you're feeling guilty. You seem to be intentionally avoiding these great figures." Ji Ziyue's senses were very sharp. Yifan was indeed intentionally avoiding them. Having too many secrets was not a good thing. He had to be careful when facing a great force that had been passed down from the antiquity age. "Let's go to the Star Peak. If we don't go, they'll really think we're afraid," Ji Ziyue said. "Forget it, you go by yourself. I'm going to cultivate." Yifan didn't want to go to Star Peak, lest he cause trouble again. In the end, Yifan cultivated in silence in a deserted mountain range. At the same time, he began to consider his next course of action. He decided to leave after Crazy Ole's condition was clear. In the next few days, there were many great figures in the Taishan sect, and all of them came for the old madman. The ancient palace on the humble peak had almost become a divine land. Ordinary people weren't allowed to approach at all. Those who were able to sit cross-legged inside were all well-known figures, and all of them were capable of shaking a region. On this day, Xingfeng sent someone to invite Yifan and Ji Ziyue. The messenger made it clear that he had no ill intentions and was only trying to ease the relationship between the two factions. "Since we have nothing to do, let's go take a look." Ji Ziyue agreed and dragged Yifan into the area where Xingfeng was. The person who led the way didn't lead them to the main peak of Xingfeng, but to a mountain range. Here the mountains were beautiful, the scenery was beautiful, and the mist was like smoke, lingering on the top of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the water was gurgling, and the ancient trees were accompanied by old vines. It was very quiet. In front of them, on the fragrant grass, some young men and women sat on the ground. In front of each of them was a wooden table filled with fruits and wine. Ding ding dong dong. Among them, a man in blue was playing the zither. His hands fluttered like butterflies, giving people a feeling of agility and lightness. His fingers brushed across the strings, and the music was beautiful and pleasant, calming people's hearts. Seeing the arrival of Yifan and Ji Ziyue, the man in blue stopped playing the zither and was the first to stand up. The others followed to welcome them. "With the arrival of the two of you, the flowers and plants all over the mountain have suddenly become bright." The man in blue was very polite. With a smile on his face, he invited the two of them to take a seat. He was tall and looked to be only 24 or 25 years old. His blue clothes fluttered in the wind. He didn't speak much, giving people a gentle and lively feeling. It could be said that this man in blue had a unique temperament. It was easy to get close to people and make people have a good impression of him. "I have been in seclusion for more than 2 years. Today, I came out from the Star Peak and learned that there was some friction between the disciples of the Star Peak and the Humble Peak. Today, I invited the two of you here only to apologize and have no other intentions." This person's name was Hua Yunfei. It was very similar to his name. Like a flowing cloud, like the blowing wind, he gave people a feeling of ethereal and ethereal. "Brother Hua, you make me blush with shame. Although there is a reason, I was the one who injured the disciples of the Star Peak." Since the other treated him with courtesy and was very polite, Yifan naturally had to return the courtesy. "I am not being pretentious. In recent years, the Star Peak has flourished, causing many disciples to be arrogant and complacent. They think that the Star Peak is the only one in Taishan. This is not good. I have long heard of it. Little brother Yi, they only have themselves to blame for teaching them a lesson. They cannot blame anyone else. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for making them reflect." Hua Yunfei was very sincere. His elegance had a lively temperament, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring wind. Yi Fan had long heard that the leader of the Star Peak was surnamed Hua. In the history of Taishan, half of the headmasters came from the Star Peak, and of these half had the surname Hua. It could be said that the Chinese surname of the Taishan sect had a very important position. In reality, the founder of the Taishan sect had the surname Hua. Thus, although the surname Hua was very powerful, no one felt that it was too much. They even felt that it was only right. After everyone greeted each other, they sat on the grass. Li Xiaoman was also among them. Her expression was calm, and she sat behind the wooden table to the left of Hua Yunfei. Today, I will play a song to apologize to the humble peak. We will let bygones be bygones, and in the future, the two factions will live in harmony. Hua Yunfei's hands gently stroked the guqin. The tinkling sound of music came out, like a clear spring flowing under the moonlight. It made people feel at ease. This was a song of apology. It had a certain meaning. However, to Yi Fan, he could only hear a certain artistic conception. He did not know the story behind it. Ji Ziyu secretly transmitted her voice, saying, "I remember now. This Hua Yunfei is very powerful." Yi Fan's heart trembled when he heard this. Although he knew that Hua Yunfei was definitely not ordinary, he did not expect him to be so powerful. Hua Yunfei was the youngest grandson of the leader of the Star Peak. His talent was extraordinary. At the age of 18, he became the #1 person of the younger generation of the Star Peak. At the age of 22, there was no one in the same generation who could suppress him in the 108 main peaks of the Taishan sect. The outside world thinks that my brother Hao Yue has been frozen for 20 years. In reality, 2 years ago, he was secretly brought out by the old man to train. He once fought with Hua Yunfei. Ji Clan's divine physique Ji Hao Yue had fought with Hua Yunfei 2 years ago. That was a battle between geniuses. Although his divine physique was world-shaking, Ji Hao Yue still paid a price to defeat Hua Yunfei. So powerful. Yi Fan was very shocked. Yes. Apart from his divine physique, it is very difficult for people of the same age to suppress him. He is very talented. My brother Hao Yue spent a lot of effort to defeat him. Sooner or later, his name will shake the Eastern Barren territory. Below the divine physique, he will be almost invincible. Ji Ziyu nodded her head and said. At this moment, Hua Yunfei's hands were light and agile. He played the zither smoothly like flowing water. It gave people a very ethereal feeling. Although he was a man, he was more agile than a woman. He played an extremely beautiful piece. It was like the flowing of a clear spring, like the flowing of moonlight. It was hazy, harmonious, and tranquil. The music actually outlined a picturesque scene. Everyone was immersed in it. After that, even the birds were attracted. A thrush was a bit timid, but in the end, it still descended and stopped in front of the zither. Not long after, an oriole landed, attracted by the zither's music. In a short quarter of an hour, hundreds of birds landed on the fragrant grass and stood in front of the zither. This was a strange scene. Hua Yunfei was ethereal like an immortal. His entire person seemed to have the intelligence of heaven and earth. The hundreds of birds came to pay their respects, blending with the scenery. It was as if he had become one with this small world. Seeing this scene, even Yi Fan found it hard to remain calm. This Hua Yunfei was definitely not an ordinary person. He asked in his heart, "Your brother has a divine physique. He cultivated the phenomenon of the ocean-rising bright moon. Did he still need to spend a lot of effort to defeat him?" Hua Yunfei also cultivated an ancient phenomenon. After that battle, he went into seclusion for 2 years. Now that he has come out, he must be even more unfathomable. Other than my brother, I don't think anyone in the same generation in this region is his match. After the song ended, the hundreds of birds were actually unwilling to leave. They flew around, adding to the beautiful scenery. This song should only exist in the heavens. How many times can one hear it in the mortal world? Yi Fan clapped his hands and praised, "Brother Hua is really a celestial being." The song moved the celestial mountains and the hundreds of birds came to pay their respects. It is really admirable. You flatter me. It is just for the sake of pleasing the mind. It is nothing. Speaking up to hear, he raised his wine cup and said, "May the Star Peak and the Humble Peak live in harmony." Everyone raised their cups and drank together. It was a harmonious scene. I heard junior sister Xiao Man say that brother Yi came from a very far-away place. The civilization there is brilliant. It is very different from the Eastern Barren territory. I am fascinated by it. Yi Fan's heart shook. Could it be that Li Xiao Man had told the truth? If that was the case, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. He couldn't help but stare at Li Xiao Man. At this moment, Li Xiao Man was wearing a white robe. Her appearance was elegant and her expression was calm. She was like a pure white lotus. It cannot be compared to the Eastern Barren territory. Yi Fan drank the fruit wine and put down his cup. His expression was calm as he said, "Where we are, no one can cultivate. Sickness and death are the most common things. 100 years old is already considered a long life. Brother Yi, you are too humble. I really want to learn from you. I hope you will not be stingy in teaching me." Hua Yunfei appeared to be very sincere. He toasted Yi Fan with a cup of fruit wine and said, "I feel that your hometown has some kind of connection with us." Yi Fan's heart shook. He had a feeling that the other party seemed to know a lot. Could it be that Li Xiao Man had really explained everything to him? Ji Ziyue's eyes kept turning. She felt that Yi Fan had too many secrets. She secretly decided to dig them out as soon as possible. The Ji clan that has been passed down since the Antiquity era is famous in the Eastern Barren territory. The young lady of the Ji clan is a guest in my Taishan continent. I have neglected you. Hua Yunfei raised his cup and smiled at Ji Ziyue. The young lady of the Antiquity era. This identity shocked everyone. Li Xiao Man was very surprised and revealed a strange expression. Ji Ziyue was not surprised. In fact, many disciples on the humble peak knew her identity. Not to mention the young grandson of the Star Peak leader. She smiled sweetly and a small dimple appeared on her left cheek. She said, "My name is Ji Ziyue. Ji from Ji Shui, Z from purple air from the east, and you from moon." Ji Shui. Yi Fan's heart moved. He had never asked about Ji Ziyue's family. At this moment, he had many questions. Did the people of this world also know about Ji Shui? Don't you know? There is a river in the ancient East. Her name is Ji Shui. It is very famous in the Eastern Barren territory. It flows past my house. Calculating the time, it has been flowing for at least 50,000 years. Ji Ziyue's eyes flashed with a strange light. Yi Fan was shocked. This was too long ago. It was definitely much longer than the Ji Shui on Earth. I should have visited Miss Ziyue long ago. It's just that I just came out of seclusion. Your brother and I don't get to know each other without a fight. Speaking of which, we are not strangers. Hua Yunfei smiled. Speaking of this, he stood up and said, "I will go and welcome the guests. You guys stay here. There is no need for Brother Hua to welcome us. We are already here." The scenery here was beautiful. The flowers and trees were fresh. There were strange stones and pavilions. Not far away, more than 10 people floated over. There were both men and women. They all had extraordinary temperaments. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful. They were like immortals. "Why is Brother Hao Yue here?" Ji Ziyue muttered softly and hid behind Yi Fan. At the humble peak, an unparalleled figure from 6,000 years ago was in deep sleep. It attracted the important figures of the Alcade, Ji family, and other forces to come and gather there. At the same time, the outstanding disciples of these forces also came to Taishan. Among them were the Eastern Baron Divine Body Ji Hao Yue, the saintess of the Alcade Holy Land, and the young talents of other sects. Hua Yunfei smiled and went forward, leading the dozen people here. Ziyue. Ji Hao Yue's purple robe fluttered in the wind. He was as quiet as the bright moon. His temperament was extraordinary, like a god. There seemed to be an endless halo around him. He stared at Ji Ziyue. "Brother Hao Yue." Ji Ziyue smiled sweetly. She walked out from behind Yi Fan and skipped over to hug Ji Hao Yue's arm. "Why are you with him?" Ji Hao Yue's expression was calm, but his eyes were threatening. He looked at Yi Fan. He clearly remembered that this person had been with many demons. "Why can't I be with him?" Ji Ziyue wrinkled her nose and shook Ji Hao Yue's arm unhappily. The dozen people who came were all elites. Everyone looked at Ji Hao Yue and Yi Fan. Among them was the saintess of the Alcade Holy Land. She was so beautiful that the moon and flowers would put to shame. She was like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Ji Haoyue did not say anything. He took a few steps forward and stared at Yi Fan. He said, "These few months my sister has been with you?" Yi Fan sat there and did not get up. He said something that angered people and gods. "That's right. We eat and live together." "What are you talking about?" Although Ji Haoyue's expression was calm, like a bright moon hanging in the sky, his eyes flickered with light. It was very intimidating. "Sorry, I said the wrong thing. What I meant was that we have always been together and we have never been separated." "You brat, don't speak nonsense." Ji Ziyue hammered him. Ji Haoyue's eyes were bright and his purple clothes danced in the wind. He stood there and stared at Yi Fan. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, the blue sea appeared. The ripples were clear and a bright moon rose. The phenomenon of the rising moon appeared behind Ji Haoyue. The water-like moonlight flowed towards Yi Fan. "Brother Haoyue, what are you doing?" Ji Ziyue was shocked and tried to stop him. However, the blue sea behind Ji Haoyue released a wave of light and stopped her. Behind them, everyone was shocked. They did not expect Ji Haoyue to use a phenomenon to attack this unknown youth. Alcade Holy Maiden's eyes were wide open. She stared at the phenomenon of the rising moon without blinking. Li Xiaoman stood up and looked forward. Hua Yunfei was deep in thought. He wanted to stop her but he did not. Chapter 146. The bright moon rising from the sea was an ancient phenomenon. Its power was unfathomable. Back then, Ji Haoyue used this phenomenon to obliterate many great demons. He was invincible and no one could compete with him. At this moment, he used this rare phenomenon to deal with a nameless youth. The surrounding geniuses couldn't help but be surprised. Yi Fan was indeed surprised. The difference between their fame was like heaven and earth. Ji Haoyue, who was revered as a divine physique, actually attacked him. This was out of everyone's expectations. Although he had a divine physique and the golden sea of bitterness was extraordinary, he couldn't use it. It could only appear inside his body. Yi Fan didn't think that the golden sea of bitterness was a phenomenon. He felt that it was just a source of power. He needed time to cultivate the real phenomenon. At this moment, his strongest attack was to draw out the myriad qi. However, he couldn't truly control it. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and everyone didn't have the time to react. The moonlight was like water, arriving in the blink of an eye. It stopped in front of Yi Fan and did not descend. Ji Haoyue was like a god. 9 halos circled above his head. He was like a god king, staring at Yi Fan with an incomparably sharp gaze. Beside him, Ji Ziyue let out a long breath and shouted, "Brother Haoyue, what are you doing? Stop. You have 3 secret realms. He is just a small cultivator in the Sea of Reincarnation's secret realm. Why are you using the phenomenon to test him?" The others suddenly understood. They thought that Ji Haoyue was really going to use the bright moon rising from the sea to kill this nameless youth. Hua Yunfei walked forward and said, "Brother Haoyue, quickly withdraw your phenomenon. You have a divine physique. There is no need to use this to pressure little brother Yi." "Do you really think I am testing him?" Ji Haoyue didn't turn around. He stared at Yi Fan and revealed a serious expression. "I am indeed using the phenomenon to suppress him. However, it was obstructed. The moonlight didn't descend." "What?" Behind him, everyone's expression changed. How was this possible? Many people immediately thought that Ji Haoyue was joking. Ji Haoyue was telling the truth. From such a close distance, when Shi Yan saw Yi Fan for the first time, he had a strange feeling. His god body couldn't help but glow, which gave him a strange feeling. It was either that the other party had some supreme treasure that attracted him, or that the other party had a very special physique that made his divine body feel something special. Hua Yunfei did not continue to block him. His entire person seemed to be very ethereal. His blue robes fluttered in the wind. It was as though he had entered a meditative state. Clearly, he was carefully sensing something. The Yaoguang Saintess was the most outstanding female disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, and her body was surrounded by brilliant light. Her celestial body was slender and elegant, like a blooming divine lotus. Her temperament was ethereal, and her beautiful face was very calm. She closed her beautiful eyes and carefully sensed. Above Ji Haoyue's head, the bright moon rotated slightly. A wave of moonlight flowed down like water, darting towards Yi Fan. However, just like before, the water-like moonlight stopped in front of Yifan and didn't descend. It was as though it was blocked. The moon plate trembled, and it was as though a large amount of pure white feathers were falling down. They were sparkling and there was a faint sound of metal clanging. However, it was the same as before. The pure white moonlight was fixed in place, unable to descend. It was imprisoned by an invisible force in front of it. Clang! 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 That bright moon trembled again, and the moon blade shot out like a beam of light. Back then, all the various treasures of the demon race could not withstand a single blow from this blade and were turned into dust. At this moment, Jianghu directly used it to slash down. Big brother! Ji Ziyue cried out in shock, but her body was fixed in place and she couldn't stop it. Hua Yunfei revealed a strange expression. He had fought with Jianghu before, so he naturally knew the power of this blade. However, what happened in front of him made everyone dumbfounded. The moon blade was like lightning, but it actually couldn't move. Although it pressed down and was about to reach Yifan, it was still blocked. At this moment, everyone revealed a look of shock. How could an unknown little cultivator block the attack of a divine body? Why was it like this? Everyone's eyes focused on Yifan. They revealed shocked and puzzled expressions. Everyone understood that the sea-rising moon phenomenon did not have an undeserved reputation. This was created by an ancient powerhouse. Its power was extraordinary. Even the experts of the older generation would find it difficult to withstand it. It could easily shatter them into dust. Back then, many great demons, including those old women, did not have any ability to fight back before the sea-rising moon phenomenon. They were easily killed and shattered. Even if it tore apart mountains and destroyed the earth, it was not a problem. This phenomenon was the most terrifying. However, the scene before them right now was truly shocking. My intuition was right. I felt something was wrong the moment I saw him. Jianghu muttered to himself. Clang! The bright moon above Jianghu's head vibrated and slowly rotated. The blue sea behind him surged, and the wave soared into the sky, rolling towards Yifan. At this moment, Yifan felt very strange. The golden sea of bitterness in his body was surging, and purple thunder and lightning were intertwining. It wanted to rush out, but it could not. He did not know how to guide it. However, there was an inexplicable force that overflowed and blocked the other party's phenomenon. Only he knew what was going on. This was the sacred body of the ancients against the divine body of the eastern wilderness. The blue sea surged forward. It could uproot mountains and crack the earth, and it could even imprison everything. It made it difficult for experts who cultivated in 3 secret realms to move, as if they were trapped in a swamp. However, the blue sea did not imprison Yifan. Instead, it was fixed in front of him. The raging waves fell, and the waves calmed down. In an instant, everything was calm. At this moment, the bright moon slowly sank. This was the most powerful trump card of the sea-rising moon phenomenon. According to legend, the bright moon could move mountains and fill seas. It could tear apart the sky and shatter the earth. It could easily kill an expert who was 1 secret realm higher than itself. It had unparalleled power. The Sea of Reincarnation secret realm had 4 realms, and the Tao Palace secret realm had 5 realms. One could imagine how terrifying this phenomenon was. To be able to kill an expert who was 4 or 5 realms higher, it could be called a rare phenomenon. It was said that the sea-rising moon phenomenon had no end. As long as the cultivator could increase their cultivation, this phenomenon would continue to evolve. The further it went, the more terrifying it would be. The bright moon sank, shining like jade. Its radiance was gentle, like pieces of shattered crystals falling, or like rainbow-colored glass reflecting the splendor. Sparkling and translucent light filled the sky. Endless essence fluttered about, as if translucent jade flowers were falling, making this place shine with a myriad of colors, surging with auspicious colors. Yifan felt pain all over his body. His body could not withstand it, and he felt as if his bones were about to shatter. The endless splendor fell, fixing him on the spot, making it difficult for him to move. The bright moon slowly and powerfully pressed down, wanting to tear his body apart, shatter his soul, and obliterate his spiritual sense. He was unwilling. His saint physique was not complete, so it was naturally difficult for him to resist a divine physique with 3 secret realms. Everything was a problem of cultivation, and it had nothing to do with the phenomenon. This time, The moonlight enveloped Yi Fan. The bright moon hung above his head, as if it could shatter his physique with just a slight tremble. Rumble! Within Yi Fan's body, a vast ocean surged into the sky. Thunder and lightning intertwined, and finally, a strange energy was produced, blocking the terrifying pressure and slowly obliterating the moonlight outside his body. At the same time, the bright moon was slowly lifted up, causing it to rise continuously. Everyone present was shocked. He actually resisted the phenomenon of the sea-rising moon phenomenon. This was too shocking. Only Yi Fan was crying bitterly in his heart. He could not hold on much longer, and was only barely able to block the bright moon. My bright moon can revolve 9 times, and this is only the first revolution. There are still 8 revolutions left. Come and try it. There was a dazzling halo above Jianghu's head. Apart from that, there were 8 faintly discernible rays of light that connected together like a crown. He was like a divine king descending to the mortal world. In reality, the appearance of a divine physique was indeed like the descent of a divine king in the Eastern Baron. Once it was completed, one would be invincible, and it would be difficult to meet a worthy opponent. One could indeed be called the divine king of the Eastern Baron. Big brother Hao Yue, you can't do this. He is only at the divine bridge realm, and you have already cultivated 3 secret realms. He naturally can't block it. Ji Ziyue shouted. I only used a portion of my divine power. All right, I will continue to suppress it and test him with the strength of the Sea of Reincarnation's secret realm. Yi Fan instantly felt the pressure lessen, but when the bright moon continued to revolve, he felt as if there were huge mountains falling one after another. His body made cracking sounds as if it was about to collapse on the spot. The bright moon revolved 9 times, radiating brilliance in all directions. Rays of auspicious clouds lingered in the surroundings, and Yi Fan's body felt like it was about to break apart. Suddenly, a dazzling brilliance erupted from his Sea of Reincarnation. It was as if a golden sun had erupted, causing that bright moon to dim and lose its light. Boom! The silver bright moon shot up and flew backward, crashing into a mountain peak not far away. What kind of physique is this? It actually blocked the sea-rising bright moon phenomenon. How is this possible? No one doubted the scariness of the bright moon that rose from the sea. The bright moon that flew out very quickly proved its scariness. After it landed on the mountain peak, its silver splendor spread out like ripples on water. Without a sound, the mountain peak was turned into fine powder. This caused many people's expressions to change completely. The sea-rising bright moon phenomenon that the divine physique had executed was actually blocked by a nameless little cultivator. This was simply like a fantasy story. However, at this moment, Yi Fan also flew backward and crashed into the mountain wall hundreds of meters away. Only then did he stop. He wasn't injured, but he was sent flying by a huge force. On the grassland, the geniuses found it difficult to remain calm. How did this happen? He didn't display any form, so how could he fight against the sea-rising bright moon? Could he also have a divine physique? Legend has it that only a divine physique can withstand the attack of a strange phenomenon. At this moment, Li Xiaoman was the most shocked. Only she knew that Yi Fan had the sacred body of the ancients and had successfully cultivated it, allowing him to fight against the divine physique. They were evenly matched. Many people commented. Jianghu used the power of the Sea of Reincarnation to spin the bright moon to suppress Yi Fan. However, the bright moon shot up into the sky and Yi Fan was also sent flying. They were evenly matched with the Eastern Wilderness divine physique. This was absolutely unimaginable and enough to drive people crazy. Just what kind of terrifying physique did this nameless little cultivator have? Many people focused their attention on him. Jianghu was like the sun in the sky. A young man was able to fight against his strange phenomenon with his physical body. Everyone could sense Yi Fan's potential. If he were to be cultivated, he might be able to fight against the divine physique. To many people, he was simply a divine seedling. He looked to be only about 14 years old and was worth cultivating. This is unbelievable. It can be considered a miracle. Unbelievable. He actually blocked the divine physique sea-rising bright moon phenomenon. Everyone stared at Yi Fan as if they were looking at a treasure. It gave him goosebumps and gave him a headache. This was not good. Hua Yunfei's expression was tranquil as he plucked the strings of his guqin. Immediately, a leisurely celestial music came out like a gurgling spring. Everyone gradually calmed down and took their seats. Li Xiaomon's expression was complicated. She glanced over and regained her composure. Ji Ziyue sat next to Yi Fan and did not sit with Ji Haoyue. However, although the Eastern Wilderness divine physique frowned this time, he did not say anything. The Yaoguang saintess was like a pearl with sparkling skin. She looked like a fairy from the heavens who had accidentally fallen into the mortal world. She was a table away from Yi Fan and gently nodded, conveying a trace of goodwill. Chapter 147. At this moment, only Yi Fan himself truly understood why he was able to resist the attack of the divine body. It was completely the instinctive reaction of the sacred body of the ancients. During the process of being suppressed, a strange energy overflowed from his sea of reincarnation and forcefully resisted the sea rising bright moon phenomenon. Even he himself did not know what kind of strange energy it was. Of course, the most fundamental reason was that his opponent had suppressed his cultivation. The two of them were at the same level. After all, Ji Haoyue was like the sun in the sky. If he used his full strength, he would definitely die no matter how special his physique was. They were both at the sea of reincarnation realm, but they ended up on equal footing. Yi Fan was shocked. The Eastern Wilderness divine body was indeed terrifying. It made his sacred body instinctively resist as if it was facing a great enemy. He did not know that Ji Haoyue was even more shocked than he was. Even now, he had not calmed down. When he first saw Yi Fan, the Eastern Wilderness divine body had a strange reaction. It was as if he had met an old enemy, causing 9 divine halos to appear above his head. It stimulated his most primitive instincts and made him resist. Hua Yunfei's blue robes fluttered gently like flowing water. He stood up, ethereal like an immortal. He had a very special and lively temperament. He raised his cup and said, "Everyone here is a hero among men. One day you will be famous. Since we are both in the Eastern Wilderness Southern Domain, I hope that we will never be enemies." In reality, the so-called Eastern Wilderness Southern Domain was vast and boundless. Strictly speaking, the area they were in was only a corner of the Southern Domain. Everyone raised their cups together. Apart from the disciples of Xingfeng, the dozen or so people who came later were all geniuses. They were the elite disciples of various sections. They were not exactly the most outstanding. Everyone understood that it was impossible to never be enemies. In the same area, there would definitely be friction between the sects in order to develop. When the time came, these genius disciples would clash with each other sooner or later. However, the atmosphere at the moment was very harmonious. Everyone raised their cups and chatted happily. They talked about many things they had seen in cultivation and even talked about many secrets. That crazy old man was unparalleled in the past. He suppressed everyone with his strength and was unstoppable. Come to think of it, even the sacred leader of my alcade was defeated by him and could not compete with him. 6,000 years have passed, and the world has changed. The sacred lord of the past has already died of old age and turned into dust. Who would have thought that the crazy old man of the Merak Sky continent would still be alive? Yao Guang Saintess raised the wine glass with her flawless jade-like hand and took a small sip. She had a different kind of charm. She slightly raised her head, and her swan-like neck looked smooth and elegant. She had a seductive smile on her face as she sighed. Ji Haoyue nodded and said, "The power of time is the most merciless. Even a world-shaking figure cannot resist it. In the end, ashes to ashes, dust to dust." When he spoke up to hear, he let out a long sigh and said, "All those years ago, there were 3 great figures in my Ji clan that could be said to be extraordinarily talented. They joined forces to fight Old Man Chen, yet they were still no match for him. Their lifespans could be said to be extremely long, but they still passed away 4,000 years ago. Thinking back to the past, it really makes one sigh. How many heroes, divine like Jade, how many great powers shook the world, but in the end, they were trapped by life and death, returning to the dust of history." What the two of them said did not make the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji clan useless. From another perspective, it showed how deep their foundations were. Even if they could not defeat Old Man Chen, it was nothing. In reality, the great forces that had passed down from the Antiquity Age had all had invincible existences that stood at the peak. They did not need to show off. That crazy old man is unfathomable. I wonder if there is anyone in the Eastern Barren Territory who can defeat him. Hua Yunfei said thoughtfully, "He carved the patterns of the way in my Taishan Holy Land and wants to travel through space. Those patterns are extremely profound, so the journey must be very long. I really wonder where he wants to go. After that, everyone brought up the Antiquity Holy Land. The Ji clan, the Yaoguang Holy Land, and the Jiang clan worked together, but they still failed. They were all destroyed, which made everyone sigh. Among everyone present, only Yi Fan had personally experienced it, but he could not reveal anything. Otherwise, Ji Haoyue and the Yaoguang Saintess would fight him to the death. Speaking of the Antiquity Forbidden Lands, everyone could not help but talk about the Origin Ancient Mine, which was located in the northern region of the Eastern Barren Territory. With the name Origin, it was enough to show that it had a long history and was difficult to trace back. Countless years ago, the Origin Ancient Mine was the most famous source mine in the Eastern Barren Territory. Later, an inauspicious thing was dug out and it became one of the 7 forbidden areas. Legend has it that countless years ago, some peerless source of God was dug out. There were powerful creatures sealed inside. Some of them were humanoid and killed everyone. It is truly unbelievable. It is said that the formation of a source requires an extremely long time. At the latest, it started to form in the immemorial age. It can even be traced back to the ancient underworld age. It is truly unimaginable. These young disciples gathered together and talked about all kinds of secrets of the past. Naturally, they would talk about the problems of cultivation. Not long after, everyone brought up the problem of a cultivator's constitution. Many years ago, there was a rumor in the Eastern Barren Territory that a divine body was about to appear, and there was more than one case. Everyone looked at Ji Haoyue at the same time, asking him if he knew of anyone else. During this process, many people also looked at Yi Fan, feeling that this youth might also have such a constitution. There should be 2 people. As far as I know, the other person is in the Jiang family in the Eastern Barren Territory, Ji Haoyue answered. The Jiang family was an ancient family located on the banks of the Jiang River. Its name shook the Eastern Barren Territory, and it never fell. It was one of the most powerful forces in this vast land. Yi Fan immediately thought of little Tingting and Uncle Jiang. He wondered if they were doing well after going to the Jiang family and if they were used to life there. The Origin Ancient Mine, the Jiang family, and the Jade Lake Holy Land were all in the Eastern Barren Territory's northern territory. Yi Fan had long decided to go there, but he had never been able to. Speaking of which, there was still an enemy he needed to guard against, and that was Jiang Ichen. In order to take the treasure he had sent the Jiang family's knights to chase him for thousands of miles, leaving him with no way out. Thinking of this, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a bit absent-minded. He felt that it was time to leave. It was really not good to stay in Taishan. I wonder if little brother Yi also has a divine body? At this time, a girl in Xian spoke. Everyone's eyes looked over. Many people wanted to know the answer. If I had a divine body, would I be so free and unfettered? I would have been hidden a long time ago, just like Brother Ji. Without a divine body, it would be difficult for me to show my face in public. Yi Fan's expression was calm and he looked very calm. That's true. Someone nodded. That is even more shocking. Little brother Yi, if you don't have a divine body, how did you block Brother Haoyu's supreme divine power with your physical body? The girl in Xian asked again. She was a genius disciple of the Xiaoyao school. Her name was Li Yuyu. The Xiaoyao school was 60,000 miles away from here, dozens of countries away. It was also a super sect in this area. It was only below a holy land and could be on equal footing with Taishan. It's a long story. It might have something to do with a special fruit I ate when I was young. Some inexplicable changes happened to me, but there are some secrets that should not be told to others. Yi Fan knew that trouble was coming. He had to leave as soon as possible without delay. Hua Yunfei smiled and said, "Let me play another song to help everyone drink." He changed the topic and did not let the girl in Xian ask any more questions. On the grass, everyone drank and chatted merrily. Everyone knew their limits and did not ask too many questions. The sound of the guqin lingered, like the high mountains and flowing water. It was like a celestial song of the moon, intoxicating everyone. It had to be said that Hua Yunfei's skills were close to the path. Under his agile fingers, the strings of the guqin were plucked, creating all kinds of wonderful sounds. It actually outlined a picturesque scene. The sound was like a clear spring deep in the mountains. It was gentle and slow, like a thin stream of pine roots. Listening attentively, a feeling of joy arose spontaneously. The rhythm was long and leisurely, like moving clouds and flowing water. After that, the sound of the guqin was faintly discernible. It was as if the curtain of the night had been pulled down. The moonlight shone down, and the sky was faintly discernible. The Jade Lake appeared. Fairies were graceful, riding on the wind and waves, dancing in the sky. Their expressions were moving, and the rhythm was flowing. After the song ended, everyone discovered that all the flowers around the grass had bloomed. Waves of fragrance wafted through the air. The sound of the guqin actually contained a mysterious power, causing hundreds of flowers to bloom at the same time. Everyone clapped their hands in admiration. The Yao Guang saintess was not far from Yi Fan. She was like a divine lotus blooming. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, and her smile was sweet. It was like a thin cloud covering the bright moon, like a gentle breeze caressing a jade flower. She was extremely beautiful. Her eyes were like water. She smiled faintly and said, "Little brother Yi, there is no need to be afraid of anything. If you have any difficulties, just tell me." Yi Fan's heart moved, and he said, "Will others make things difficult for me?" "Perhaps. After all, your physique is very special. Maybe someone wants to invite you over as a guest." The Yao Guang saintess's teeth were like jade, and her face was rosy and moist. She glanced over and was very charming. "I just want to cultivate in peace. I don't want to be disturbed," Yi Fan said indifferently. "It's fine. If there is any problem, I will help you solve it. I believe no one will make things difficult for you." The Yao Guang saintess extended an olive branch. She was beautiful, and her figure was like that of a fairy. She was like a pearl that was emitting light, and it was very alluring. Yi Fan immediately understood that she was trying to recruit him. At this moment, Ji Ziyue's eyes flashed, and she said softly, "After this matter is over, my brother wants to invite you to the Ji family." In comparison, Ji Haoyue was more direct. He said that he wanted to invite Yi Fan to the Ji family. He had too many questions. If he did not understand Yi Fan's physique, he would not be able to calm down. If it were anyone else, they would be happy to be chosen by these two powerful forces. However, Yi Fan felt a headache. He could not enter the Holy Land and the clan of the ancients just like that. Otherwise, he would not be able to keep the green copper piece. More importantly, they obviously wanted to explore his physique, which was completely shameful. If the Sea of Reincarnation was explored, all his secrets would be exposed. Most importantly, Li Ruoyu had once warned him not to expose the sacred body of the ancients to the forces that had inherited it since the Antiquity Age. At this moment, the Yao Guang saintess chuckled and said telepathically, "Brother Yi, can you accompany me for a walk later? I have something to tell you." At the same time, Ji Haoyue's eyes shone brightly. He personally said to Yi Fan telepathically, "I want to invite you to the Ji family as a guest." At the same time, several divine consciousnesses came to express their goodwill to Yi Fan, wanting to talk to him further. Yi Fan knew that things were not going well. He responded patiently and perfunctorily to stall for time. "Ji Haoyue, you have a divine body. Why are you testing me for no reason and causing such trouble?" Yi Fan muttered to himself. He did not know that Ji Haoyue's divine body was stimulated and had to test him. "Right now, I have to muddy the waters so that they won't pay attention to me. I have to create a sensational event and leave in the chaos." Yi Fan thought for a while, then suddenly raised his head and said, "Everyone, maybe you don't know yet, but something big enough to shake the Eastern Barren Territory is about to happen." "Is that so?" The Yao Guang saintess's black hair danced in the wind. Her face was like jade, and her eyes were sparkling. "I think everyone here should have heard of the Bronze Deity Palace. Now that it has appeared again." Yi Fan was determined to shock everyone. The Bronze Deity Palace had the opportunity to become an immortal. It was recorded in the history of the Eastern Barren Territory. Every time it appeared, it would shake the Eastern Barren Territory and cause great waves. Peerless masters would go there like moths to a flame. Chapter 148. The Bronze Immortal Palace was one of the greatest historical mysteries of the Eastern Barren Territory. Legend had it that it was built by an immortal, but no one could verify it. It had appeared long before the Antiquity era, but no one knew where it came from. Yi Fan decided to reveal this secret. Everything was just to create an opportunity to leave this place. He could predict that once the news spread, it would cause a huge wave that would shake this land. However, he couldn't care so much anymore. Ji Ziyue's eyes widened. She tried to stop him telepathically, but it was too late. Yi Fan ignored her and continued speaking. Brat, what are you doing? Do you know what will happen if the news spreads? Didn't we agree to hide the news? Ji Ziyue was furious. Seeing that Yi Fan was ignoring her, she clenched her fists and wanted to punch him. Yi Fan was very detailed. He pointed out the area and told them that it was near Taishan. They could go and verify it at any time. He had no choice. In order to escape, he ignored Ji Ziyue for now. Is that true? Saint Yao Guang was shocked. She stood up, her body radiating with light. She was enveloped by a gentle halo and looked like a fairy. Are you sure? Hua Yunfei couldn't keep his calm anymore. He stood up and looked at Yi Fan. Ziyue, is that true? Ji Haoyue stared at his sister. He knew that the two of them had always been together. Everyone didn't believe Yi Fan's words. They all looked at Ji Ziyue. At this point, she couldn't hide it anymore and could only nod. Why didn't you say something so important earlier? Ji Haoyue blamed her. It's not a good thing. Every time the Bronze Immortal Palace appears, many people die. I feel that in order to avoid bloodshed, it's better to hide it quietly, Ji Ziyue muttered. I forgot to tell you. There's a lot of Shen Huang there. It's as thick as clouds and as heavy as mountains. Yi Fan was very thorough and threw out another piece of heavy news. What? There's qi of all things there. That's a holy item for forging weapons. Everyone was shocked and their eyes lit up. Xian was the essence of heaven, and Huang was the marrow of the earth. They were the quintessence of heaven and earth, so Xian and Huang were often used to represent heaven and earth. Are you sure? Hua Yunfei could no longer remain calm. He drifted over and stared at Yi Fan, asking seriously. Of course I saw it with my own eyes. Yi Fan gave an affirmative answer. Where is that lake? Yao Guang's saintess' beautiful eyes twinkled with a strange light. The others gathered around as well. At the beginning of the world, the essence that seeped out was mysterious yellow. There was pitifully little of it, and it was already on the verge of drying up. It was the love of extreme experts, a treasure for refining artifacts. Although the Bronze Immortal Palace was shocking to them, it was also a little vague. Even if they knew the news, they could only report it and let the sect leader and Grand Elder decide. The so-called opportunity to become an immortal was too far away from them. However, all life source energy was different. This was a rare treasure, a divine object that could refine all material qualities. If one could collect it, then they would benefit for the rest of their lives. Everyone's eyes were burning with desire. Everyone wanted to forge a top-notch weapon. What are you doing? You evil fellow, you are harming others. Ji Ziyue was very sharp and sensed the abnormality. She scolded Yi Fan in secret. You clearly know that all life source energy has retreated into the Bronze Palace. Why do you still say that? Ji Ziyue asked Yi Fan for the essence of all life source energy. She went to the lake several times to collect mysterious yellow. Although she had great harvests, she realized that the mysterious yellow was sinking. In the end, it all sank into the Bronze Palace and she could no longer collect it. These people retreated and personally went to report to their masters. They followed the famous figures of various sects here. This news was too big. Even people like Ji Ziyue, Yao Guang Saintess, and Hua Yunfei couldn't make a decision on their own. They left in a hurry. Ji Ziyue's big eyes were shining. She was as sharp as a fairy. She wrinkled her nose and angrily pulled Yi Fan back. What are you trying to do? Don't be angry, or else you will easily get wrinkles. Yi Fan smiled and pinched her nose. Little brat, you are too bold today. Ji Ziyue grinded her little canine teeth and was about to teach Yi Fan a lesson. Hurry up and take out your treasure to collect the essence of all life source energy. Yi Fan whispered. What? Ji Ziyue was shocked. Her big eyes flashed with light. She had already collected all life source energy from the lake, but it was far from being as pure as the essence of all life source energy. Only with this kind of source energy could one truly refine the legendary extreme Dao weapon. She had tried all sorts of threats and promises, but Yi Fan just wouldn't give her the source energy. She didn't expect him to take the initiative to give it to her now. Yi Fan felt that even though Ji Ziyue was weird, she didn't have any bad intentions. On the contrary, she had been protecting him in all sorts of ways. He was about to leave this place. He felt guilty and decided to give her the treasure of all life source energy. Even though he couldn't control all life source energy and could only gather a small amount on the surface of his body, Jianghu had treasures on her. That was enough for him to absorb it. Ah, it's really the essence of all life source energy. When Jianghu got the source energy, her big eyes curved into crescent shapes. Dimples appeared on her face and she was as lively as a fairy. Cultivate well and surpass your brother. Yi Fan rubbed her head and turned to leave. I have something to do. I'll return to my humble peak first. Jianghu was rather smart and had already sensed Yi Fan's abnormality. He mentioned the Bronze Immortal Palace for no reason. After connecting the dots, she immediately guessed the reason. Little brat, you don't have to run. She quickly chased. Recently, Yi Fan had been studying Crazy Ole's footwork. Even though he couldn't take a step in the mountains and rivers behind him, he was still unbelievably fast. This was a supreme secret technique. Even though Jianghu's cultivation was higher than his, she couldn't catch up at all. In the blink of an eye, she was left behind. Yi Fan could only vaguely hear someone shouting, "Little brat, don't go!" He sighed and left without looking back. He was not strong enough, so he could only escape. When he passed by the area where the humble peak was, he saw Li Ruoyu standing on the peak and looking over. Yi Fan hesitated for a moment but eventually flew into the air. He believed that this old man would give him some pointers. He didn't want to leave without a sound. He flew up to the peak and bowed deeply before standing up straight. Are you leaving? Li Ruoyu asked. Yi Fan nodded. Then go. Everyone has their own path. The old man didn't say much. He had great wisdom in cultivation and comprehended the humble peak. He was extraordinary. Yi Fan thought for a moment and took out the pristine jade bottle. He poured out some divine spring water and sealed it in a jade container. He gave it to Li Ruoyu and said, "Thank you, senior. I'll take my leave now." After saying this, Yi Fan stepped on the void and used the supreme secret technique taught by Crazy Ole to leave like a ray of light. Other than Jianghu and Li Ruoyu, there was another person who guessed that Yi Fan was going to leave. If there was anyone who understood Yi Fan the most, it was undoubtedly Li Xiaoman. After all, they had known each other for a few years. When he mentioned the Bronze Immortal Palace, she had already guessed his intentions. Then, seeing him leave, she immediately understood that Yi Fan was going to escape. Yi Fan didn't stop for a moment. The golden sea of bitterness boiled and lightning interweaved. He used all his divine power and used a mysterious footwork to quickly leave the Taishan sect. As for Crazy Ole, he had nothing to worry about. He was so powerful that even if he was in a deep sleep, it would be difficult for outsiders to hurt him. A few days later, Yi Fan was already tens of thousands of miles away from the Eastern Barren Lands. Only then did he stop. It would take years to fly directly to the northern region of the Eastern Barren Lands. He couldn't cultivate during this process and wasted time. Yi Fan couldn't bear it. Is there no other way? He sighed. The Eastern Barren Lands was too big. This area was just a corner of the southern region. The distance between the north and the south was unimaginable. When Yi Fan stopped, he realized how big of a storm he had caused. It could be said that he had pierced through the sky. In these few days, the news of the Bronze Immortal Palace's appearance spread through the gate to all the major forces in the Eastern Barren Lands. Many important figures were alarmed. Over the past few days, the wind and clouds had gathered. Not only had the cultivators of the human clan arrived, but even the famous figures of the demon clan had arrived. Among them, many were important figures who hadn't appeared for many years and had been in seclusion. However, the most shocking news was today. It was rumored that the human clan's Nangong Zhang, who had died 500 years ago, had reappeared in the world and arrived at the Taishan sect. There was also news that the Peacock King, who had swept through the southern region of the Eastern Barren Lands 800 years ago, had once again appeared in the Wei Kingdom. It was unknown whether these rumors were true or false, but after these rumors came out, everyone was shocked. Immortal ascension was the ultimate dream of countless cultivators. It was the highest goal they pursued in their lives. But since ancient times, how many people had taken that step? The ancient books mentioned that there were a few people who were suspected to have become immortals, but there was no conclusive evidence. This made countless talented people feel that the road ahead was uncertain. Over the long years, the blue sea turned into mulberry fields. As one genius after another turned to dust, the word immortal felt more and more distant. Just like the winter wind and the moonless night, it made people feel cold and dark, unable to see hope. In the long ancient history of the Eastern Barren Lands, there had been some amazing figures who had the ability to go against the heavens and the earth. They had dominated a period of history, but in the end, they still turned to bones. In the distant past, there had been several geniuses who could almost pluck the stars and capture the moon. They had the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth, but in the end, they still could not escape death. The powerful demon clan emperor from 10,000 years ago wanted to compete with the blue sky and look down on the world. He was the only one, and wherever his soldiers went, everyone bowed their heads. How vast was the Eastern Barren Lands? There were countless demon clans, but they were unified by the demon clan emperor. He wanted to establish the demon clan celestial court and achieve unparalleled greatness. However, under the pressure of time, his great ambition came to nothing. He turned into a ghost and finally returned to dust. Since ancient times, there had always been a legend in the Eastern Barren Lands that there was an opportunity to become immortal in the Bronze Palace. For those who had reached the peak, there was naturally a fatal temptation. It was not surprising that existences like Nangong Zhang and the Peacock King had reappeared in the world. Chapter 149. The water cloud lake outside Taishan was a gathering of experts. Even existences like Nangong Zhang and the Peacock King were drawn out. The bronze celestial palace appeared under the lake. Countless cultivators rushed there. It was like a magic lamp in the darkness, attracting people like moths to a flame. It had incomparable magic. The important figures wanted to see the opportunity to become an immortal, and the ordinary cultivators wanted to see the true appearance of the celestial palace. The Wei nation was in a state of chaos. Yi Fan didn't plan on going back after leaving. In order to escape, he threw out the bronze celestial palace and stirred up a great storm. At this moment, he was in a bit of a dilemma. He wanted to cross the sky but couldn't. There was nothing he could do. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Is there really no way to find it? He frowned, feeling helpless. The appearance of the bronze celestial palace didn't just affect the southern region. Even the farthest northern region had important figures come. The impact was unimaginable. In the Eastern Barren Territory and the northern region, people from the Jianghu family and other holy lands and clans all came. When this matter is over, the people from the northern region will definitely return. Can I borrow their power? Yi Fan began to wander around the area. He asked around to see which sects were close to the great forces of the northern region. At this time, Yi Fan was 30,000 miles away from Taishan. It was far enough. He wasn't worried and didn't continue to travel. He obtained some useful information from some cultivators. The holy lands of the northern region indeed controlled some small forces in the southern region. They used them as pawns to provide convenience for their disciples when they traveled. Just as Yi Fan was preparing, shocking news spread throughout the southern region. After the Peacock King appeared, he didn't go to the bronze celestial palace first. Instead, he went to the Ji family, smashed the sign, and sent the door flying. This was definitely a major event. The clans that had existed since the Antiquity Age had always stood strong. Their foundation was unimaginably deep. Throughout the endless years, few people dared to provoke them. Shattering the plaque of a clan of the ancients and sending the door flying was an extremely severe consequence. It was an unimaginable event. That day, the news spread throughout the southern region and caused a great uproar. The Eastern Barren Territory and the southern region were already a gathering place. The appearance of the Celestial Palace had gathered cultivators from all over. Such a disturbance made the region even more restless. Who was the Peacock King? He was an almighty member of the Demon Clan. 800 years ago, he had swept through the southern domain unhindered. He had been silent for many years, and everyone thought that he had passed away in meditation. He didn't want to show himself again. Everyone was shocked that he attacked the Huanggu family. What did he want to do? This kind of figure that stood at the absolute peak possessed unimaginable influence. Every word and action of theirs would be noticed by others, and they would be thought to be conveying a type of signal. A slight change in one part would cause the whole body to move. Demon race wanted to start a war with the humans. Different people interpreted different meanings, and the southern region immediately tensed up. The Ji family, which had been passed down since the desolate antiquity era, was one of the most powerful forces of the human race. Such a colossus was enough to destroy countless countries. What was the Peacock King trying to do? Dragon Peacock King, Demon King would do. What? But very soon, there was news from the spirit communication scholars that everything was caused by the descendant of the demon the Arch. The Peacock King was standing up for Yen Ruyu. A few months ago, the Ji clan besieged the demons in Wei country in an attempt to obtain the demon monarch's sacred weapon. Many great demons died while Yen Ruyu broke out of the encirclement. Although she was a descendant of the demon emperor, tens of thousands of years had passed. No matter how glorious the past was, it could not last forever. Yen Ruyu left home to seek protection from powerful demons. However, not many welcomed her. Some even tried to take the demon emperor's sacred weapon for themselves. As a descendant of the demon emperor, she was in such a situation. The coldness of the world was evident. When Yen Ruyu sought refuge with the Peacock King, he was in seclusion. After receiving the news, he ended his seclusion for 800 years and came out to seek justice for her. Smashing the Ji clan sign and sending the door flying was a serious matter. It might not happen even once in thousands of years. The Peacock King didn't charge into the Ji clan because such a monster was unfathomable. Even a great cultivator of the demon race would not be able to escape unscathed. The Ji clan was enraged. On that very day, they issued a kill order and sent out all the famous experts to kill the Peacock King. Even though the Peacock King was famous for sweeping through the southern territory 800 years ago, the Ji clan could not swallow this anger. Everyone knew that the sacred grounds and the clan of the ancients were immeasurable. Even when they were at their weakest, there would always be peerless masters appearing at the most critical moment to resolve the crisis. Not to mention the Ji clan at its peak. They were unfathomable and would certainly hunt down the Peacock King. This is a huge matter. The Peacock King wants to establish his might. In a direct confrontation, the Ji clan will not be able to resist. However, the Peacock King will not wait to be beaten. I'm afraid this will end without a conclusion. The Peacock King is an existence known as a great cultivator. It's hard to say who will suffer. However, the Ji clan does have the upper hand. After all, they are too big. Everyone was discussing with different viewpoints. Yi Fan was shocked. The power of the Peacock King could be imagined, but the transcendence of the Ji clan could not be estimated. He could guess a thing or two from the words of many cultivators. Only one day later, news that shook the southern territory came. The Peacock King suddenly appeared in the Wei Kingdom and smashed a supreme elder of the Ji clan who was a guest in Taishan. This was simply a huge earthquake. When the news came out, everyone gasped. The Peacock King was obviously preparing for a big battle. It was not as simple as smashing the plaque and humiliating the Ji clan. What kind of existence was the supreme elder of the Ji clan? He was definitely a real big shot. With a stomp of his foot, he would shake a region. Very few of them were killed because the impact was too great. The Peacock King had actually killed the supreme elder of the Ji family in front of so many people. This was an unimaginable event that had stirred up a violent storm. The Peacock King is too powerful. He smashed the supreme elder of the Ji clan into pieces. The cultivation of the supreme elder of a great power that has been passed down since the antiquity era is difficult to estimate. But the Peacock King still killed him. This really makes people tremble. All the cultivators were shocked. When they discussed this matter, they all felt waves of coldness. It is not surprising that the Peacock King has such combat ability. You have to know that 800 years ago, he dominated the southern territory and few could match him. That's right. You have to know that he is an existence known as a great being. What is a great being? His magical power is monstrous and invincible. That is a great being. The Peacock King's attack shook the Eastern Barren Territory and the Southern Territory. His deeds appeared one after another and were dug up by people. The series of battle achievements made people dumbfounded. Ever since the Peacock King made his debut, he had never been defeated in the Southern Territory. That was why he was known as a great being of the demon race. It could be said that 800 years ago, his glorious battle achievements were innumerable. Many of them were shocking and shocking. Ordinary cultivators only had a lifespan of over 100 years. 800 years was too long for many people. Perhaps it was just a number or a symbol. But if one really thought about it, it was a very long history. When Yi Fan heard about 800 years, he thought of the other side of the galaxy. If it was 800 years ago and it was still the Song dynasty, it could be said that it was a very long time. Thinking about the past, people realized that the Peacock King was indeed powerful. It was not the first time he had killed a great elder of a superforce. 800 years ago, he had killed two famous figures from the Yaoguang Holy Land. That year, he had caused a huge uproar. The Yaoguang Holy Land had chased him for 50 years, but they had not been able to kill him. In that era, he had experienced countless battles and could be said to have intimidated the Eastern Barren Territory and the Southern Territory. Among them, the most influential battle was the one with the Yaoguang Holy Lord. That battle was earth-shattering and the sun and moon lost their brilliance. The Peacock King and the Yaoguang Holy Lord fought fiercely for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, there was no winner. Even though it was a draw, it was enough to look down on the world. After all, the Holy Landlord was the most respected person in the Eastern Barren Territory. Just like that, he ran far away. It was that battle that made him truly famous and respected as a powerful being. The great elder was killed, and the Ji family was furious. The important figures of the Ji family wanted to go to the Bronze Divine Palace, but they immediately changed their plans and chased after the Peacock King. The leader of the Ji family even came out of seclusion to kill the powerful beings of the demon race. The Peacock King might be able to fight against the top existences of the Ji family, but he could not fight against such a huge force. He could only retreat after one attack. Was he going to stop just like that? Maybe he was going to go silent again. This was what everyone was thinking. However, very soon, news came that the Peacock King attacked again and killed the famous figures of the Ji family. They were the ones who protected Jianghu. He actually wanted to kill the Ji family's divine body. This was more serious than anything else. Everyone knew what the divine body meant. It was the future guardian of the Ji family. It could be their prosperity for thousands of years. It was practically their lifeblood. Even though the various forces knew the threat of the divine body, they did not dare to kill it. Doing so would make the Ji family go crazy and they would not rest until they were dead. However, the Peacock King was so fierce. He wanted to kill the Ji family's hope and the future Eastern Wasteland Divine King. It could be said that he had completely touched the Ji family's reverse scale. But at the same time, the Ji family was very uneasy. They sent out many strong cultivators to search everywhere. The southern region of the Eastern Wasteland was in an uproar. All kinds of rumors spread. Jianghu is indeed amazing. As expected of the Eastern Wasteland Divine Body, the future Divine King. He was not killed immediately and escaped with a secret technique. The latest news is that the last person protecting Jianghu has been killed. He escaped alone, and the Peacock King chased after him. It seems that he is determined to destroy the Ji family's hope. Although the Ji family was powerful and could intimidate the Eastern Wasteland, they could not control every inch of the land. They could not find Jianghu in a short time and could not contact him. They could only follow the corpses of the famous figures. It's over. The southern region is going to be turned upside down. If anything happens to the divine body, the Ji family will turn this land upside down. He even dares to provoke the Ji family. The Peacock King is really unfathomable. The Peacock King was comparable to an ancient cultivator. No one knew how long he had lived and how powerful he was. Some people guessed that his lifespan was coming to an end, so he was fearless. Yi Fan felt that this had nothing to do with him, so he did not pay much attention to it. This was a small mountain village. Chickens and dogs barked at each other. The vegetable garden was green and the fish pond was scattered everywhere. When he arrived, he suddenly heard an extremely weak voice. "Little kid." Chapter 150. Yi Fan was shocked. He actually saw Ji Ziyue. Although she was smiling sweetly, her face was pale and there were traces of blood on her red lips. She stood by the pond, trembling slightly. "Why are you here?" She was the same as before. Although she was seriously injured, she could still smile. The corners of her mouth were curved and dimples could be seen. "Were you also chased by the Peacock King?" Yi Fan walked forward quickly. "I've really met you." She was smiling faintly, but a trickle of blood suddenly flowed out of her mouth. Her face was even paler than before, and her originally spirited eyes were now lifeless. She swayed a bit, and then suddenly fell into the pond. The severity of Ji Ziyue's injuries alarmed Yi Fan. Her pulse was extremely weak and her heartbeat was about to stop. Her internal organs were all cracked. She was really lucky to be able to survive. Yi Fan circulated his divine power and dried her wet clothes. Then, He disappeared from the village in a few steps and arrived at a cliff. He took out the pristine jade bottle and poured some divine spring water into her mouth. Immediately, it turned into a wave of life essence and rushed into her body. The divine spring water obtained from the 9 sacred mountains had incredible spiritual effects. It could almost regrow flesh and bones from the dead. It was extremely extraordinary. He could sense that Ji Ziyue's injuries had instantly stabilized. At this moment, her eyes were closed and her body was trembling. She was murmuring softly in her sleep. Yi Fan listened carefully but could not distinguish it. "Don't kill my brother," she screamed in her coma. An hour later, Ji Ziyue's long eyelashes trembled slightly and she slowly opened her eyes. She wanted to sit up but she did not succeed. "Your injuries are very serious. Although they have stabilized, you shouldn't act rashly." Yi Fan helped her up and let her sit on the cliff with her back against the soft vines. How terrifying. Ji Ziyue seemed to have a lingering fear. "Are you talking about the Peacock King?" Yi Fan naturally thought of that demonic mighty figure. "It's him." Ji Ziyue nodded and said, "Little brat, why did you run away without saying a word? I chased you for 3,000 miles and returned empty-handed. If you don't leave now, your brother will dismember me and study me carefully." Ji Ziyue chuckled. "It's not as bad as you say. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, it's safe for you to go to our Ji clan. No one will make things difficult for you." Yi Fan's heart stirred when he heard that. He felt that Ji Ziyue was extraordinary and the Ji family valued her greatly. The Peacock King is truly too powerful. Ji Ziyue revealed a worried expression and said, "I wonder if my brother Hao Yue can escape this calamity." "The Peacock King also attacked you? How did you escape?" It felt very difficult. The Peacock King's strength was unimaginable. The legendary figures protecting the Ji siblings were simply unable to resist. In front of the Peacock King, they were like scarecrows, unable to withstand a single blow. He's really too terrifying, his magic power is monstrous. Even now, Ji Ziyue still felt fear in her heart. They wanted to open the realm gate and cross the void, but the Peacock King pointed out with a finger, shattering the void and shaking everyone out. Some people died on the spot. If Ji Ziyue did not have a secret treasure, she would not have survived. At the crucial moment, the experts sent by the Ji family found them. Otherwise, none of them would have survived. Even so, no one could stop the Peacock King. He was invincible and no one could stop him. With a loud roar, many people were crushed on the spot, turning into a bloody mist. It could be said that his divine might shook the world. "This is too unbelievable." Yi Fan was deeply shocked. This kind of powerful person was truly terrifying. His strength was unfathomable. An existence comparable to an ancient almighty. It's hard to say how powerful his magic power is. That group of experts only delayed for a moment before they were beaten into pieces. However, they bought time for Ji Ziyue and Ji Hao Yue to escape. Hearing this, Yi Fan was even more certain that Ji Ziyue's status was not ordinary. Even at that moment, the Ji family experts risked their lives to create a chance for her to escape, not willing to give up. The Peacock King became one with heaven and earth. His roar shook the mountains and rivers. His voice was like a raging wave hitting the shore. A mountain peak was shattered by his voice. Yi Fan felt his heart palpitate. This kind of power was beyond imagination. My brother's divine body was born with a strange power, but he was completely suppressed. In front of him, he was even inferior to a mortal. An existence comparable to an ancient almighty being. Its supreme might was inconceivable. Yi Fan had personally seen how strong Ji Hao Yue was. Killing a great demon was like plucking grass and flowers. He was invincible. However, such strength was insignificant in front of the Peacock King. One with heaven and man, controlling everything. He can almost pluck the stars and moon. Even now, Ji Ziyue was still a little nervous. She clenched her fists tightly. "How did you escape?" Yi Fan asked. "My brother and I ran separately. He went to chase after my brother." Ji Ziyue was worried. There was no way she could fight against a mighty figure like that. Even though Ji Hao Yue had a divine body and cultivated 3 mystic realms, there was no suspense if they really fought. "There's no bad news yet. I believe your brother won't die so easily." At this point, Yi Fan revealed a suspicious expression. Why didn't you return to the Ji family? Why did you come here instead? The Peacock King ignored me, but someone else chased me. Along the way, Ji Ziyue was constantly chased and she was heavily injured. In a hurry, she crossed the void through the domain gate of a small sect and arrived here. She didn't know how to inscribe Dao patterns and couldn't determine her destination. What a coincidence! Yi Fan muttered to himself. It's not a coincidence. Ji Ziyue rolled her eyes at him. I left an imprint on you. After appearing in this region, I slowly found my way here. What? You actually did something to me? I have no ill intentions. Why are you nervous? When I saw your abnormal behavior that day, I knew that you were going to leave. Therefore, I made preparations and left an imprint. In the end, you ran too fast and I couldn't catch up. The distance was too far and I couldn't sense you. Yi Fan carefully looked inside but didn't find anything strange. He said, What did you do? Take your time to find. Ji Ziyue chuckled but soon revealed a worried expression. Brother Hao Yue, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to escape this calamity. Suddenly, Yi Fan's eyes widened. Not far away, a door appeared in the sky, and several cultivators charged out. Ah, it's the people chasing me. Ji Ziyue cried out softly. They opened the domain gate and crossed the void to follow me. Chi! A terrifying bolt of lightning struck down. Those people were very decisive. When they found their target, they immediately used their divine abilities and attacked downwards. Yi Fan helped Ji Ziyue up and dodged to the side. The silver lightning pierced through the cliff, causing rocks to shoot in all directions. Boom! In the sky, an ancient pagoda rapidly enlarged and pressed down. Yi Fan's expression changed on the spot. Those who used pagodas, bells, and cauldrons were usually not ordinary people. Most of them were extremely powerful. In the sky, the pagoda only had 5 floors, but it was as heavy as a mountain, suffocating people and emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Yi Fan pulled Ji Ziyue up and quickly left the cliff, rushing into the distance. These people were too powerful. If they fought them head-on, they would definitely suffer. The footwork that Crazy Old taught Yi Fan was a supreme secret art. It had incredible power and was extremely fast. In a short time, they were already 5 kilometers away. He didn't stop and continued to flee. Only when he was 50 kilometers away did he let out a long breath. Those people are not ordinary. They are all very powerful. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fled. Ji Ziyue's little canine teeth shone brightly as she grinded them gently. They don't look like demons. Yi Fan revealed a doubtful expression. Ji Ziyue bit her red lips and said, Someone wants to use this opportunity to get rid of me and Brother Hao Yue. Could it be that Ji Biyue again? No, it's much more troublesome than her. There must be someone who doesn't want our family to have a divine body. Even if Brother Hao Yue can escape from the Peacock King's hands, it's still very dangerous. I'm afraid there will be human experts secretly taking action and taking this opportunity to kill him. Although Ji Ziyue wasn't old, she had a lot of foresight. She had predicted that something bad might happen. They should be watching Ji Hao Yue. Why do they want to harm you? Do you also have a divine body? How can I have a divine body? Ji Ziyue didn't say much. She thought for a moment and then glanced at Yi Fan. She teased, Little brat, you really have a lot of secrets. What is that green copper? Why can your body block divine body attacks? How did you learn Crazy Old Man's footwork? Why are you in such a hurry to escape Taishian? This little girl was very quick-witted and weird. She obviously wanted to change the topic and explore Yi Fan's secrets. Suddenly, a golden light streaked across the sky, tearing out dozens of powerful lightning bolts like dancing golden snakes. It's a lightning bird. Ji Ziyue frowned and suddenly shouted, Not good, it's a phoenix crown lightning bird, a very powerful mutated bird. Let's avoid it and not enter its territory. The lightning bird in the distance was completely golden as if it was cast from gold. Lightning blazed and its head bulged slightly like a phoenix crown. It looked very extraordinary. This was a powerful mutated bird that ordinary lightning birds couldn't compare to. It had extremely terrifying attack power and most cultivators would retreat when they saw it. Luckily, they didn't discover us. Ji Ziyue secretly rejoiced. There's most likely a phoenix crown lightning bird's nest up ahead. Maybe we can use it to block the people chasing you. Yes, that makes sense. Jianghu's big eyes immediately curved into crescents. The two of them continued forward and indeed found a bird's nest in the depths of the mountain range. It was built on a towering ancient tree. The 4 golden eggs were the size of a human head and were surrounded by golden lightning bolts. This kind of mutated bird is very rare. It can constantly evolve and is the rarest. I really want to take one of the eggs and hatch it to raise as a pet, Jianghu said with some regret. She didn't dare to do that. She and Yi Fan left enough traces in the mountains before rushing into the sky. Not long after, the few powerful cultivators found the depths of the mountain range and found many clues. They searched the area carefully and felt that Jianghu was hiding nearby. After a long time, the few of them found a towering ancient tree. Bird's nest. Oh no! One of them exclaimed. This seems to be the nest of a phoenix crown lightning bird. This kind of mutated bird must not be provoked. If it misunderstands that we want to take its eggs, it will definitely fight to the death. There were 4 eggs in the huge bird's nest. The eggshells seemed to be made of gold, dazzling and dazzling. Let's go. This kind of powerful mutated bird is the most vengeful. If we are trapped here, the consequences will be unimaginable. However, they wandered around here for a long time. The phoenix crown lightning bird that went out had already returned. It let out a soul-stirring cry, leaving a long golden afterimage in the sky as it swooped down. Yi Fan and Jianghu looked into the distance and saw lightning soaring into the sky in the depths of the mountain range. They didn't stop and quickly left. The next day, Yi Fan saw a 16 or 17-year-old youth in a beautiful mountain range. His figure was a bit thin, and he seemed a bit weak. His appearance was delicate and pretty, and his eyes were clear like a lake. His black hair was very soft, and each strand was light and agile. This youth was like a clear spring in the depths of the mountain, giving people a refreshing feeling. It was very natural. To see such a youth in this desolate mountain range, Yi Fan was naturally a little surprised. He asked with a smile, "Little brother, can you tell me where this place is?" The youth stood quietly in front, his soft black hair fluttering gently. His eyes were incomparably clear as he replied, "Xianxia mountain range, within the borders of Jin." "Little brother, your appearance is elegant and natural. I believe you must be a cultivator?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. "Yes." The youth nodded. Behind him, Jianghu's face was snow white and her voice was trembling as she said, "Little brat, come back." Yi Fan turned around and saw that her face was filled with terror. Her large eyes were filled with fear. He immediately felt that something was wrong and retreated lightly. "What's wrong? Who is he?" "He is the Peacock King." Jianghu's voice was trembling. Her usual cheerfulness was swept away and only fear was left. "What?" Yi Fan was shocked. This youth in front of him was the Peacock King? This was too abrupt and shocking. "Peacock King, you are a mighty figure. You stand at the peak and look down on the world. Don't kill the innocent. Let him go, it has nothing to do with him." Jianghu stepped forward and requested to let Yi Fan go. The Peacock King of the demon race was a mighty figure in the southern region. He was invincible 800 years ago and even the Alcade Holy Lord could not do anything to him. Few people knew how long he had lived. According to the outside world's guesses, he was more than 2,000 years old after transforming into a human. If compared to the other side of the starry sky, he would be a person from the Qin and Han dynasties. However, this youth in front of him looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. His eyes were as clear as water and there was no sense of vicissitudes. It was really hard to associate him with the Peacock King. Jianghu had once described his supreme might. He was one with heaven and earth and his roar shook the mountains and rivers. His voice was like the crashing waves, shattering a mountain peak. In Yi Fan's mind, the Peacock King must be as imposing as a mountain and his aura was incomparably domineering. However, he never imagined that he would be so handsome, like a clear spring deep in the mountains, like a snow lotus on an icy peak, like a cool breeze on a pure land. Thinking of how he addressed the Peacock King as brother and even wanted to pat his shoulder, Yi Fan felt his scalp go numb. This was an existence with monstrous magic power, comparable to an ancient mighty figure. Chapter 151. Such a beautiful young man who looked weak was the famous Peacock King of the southern region. It was really shocking. Facing such a powerful being, Yi Fan had no intention of fighting to the death. The other could shatter the void with a finger. If he wanted to kill him in Jianghu, it would be a piece of cake. I came for you. The Peacock King's eyes were as clear as water. He looked at Yi Fan quietly like a young man who knew nothing about the world. Behind him, Jianghu's eyes were wide open. She asked in shock. Didn't you come to kill me? The Peacock King did not reply. He was very quiet like a jade tree piled up with snow. He gave off a refreshing feeling and did not seem like a powerful being. Why did you come for me? Yi Fan vaguely guessed. The demon monarch's sacred heart. The Peacock King only said these 4 words. It was as Yi Fan had expected. This made him feel awkward. That day when he extracted the sacred blood, the ruby-like heart suddenly unsealed itself and regained its vitality. It throbbed and broke through the sky. What happened? It flew away by itself. Yi Fan braced himself and answered. This explanation was a little forced. However, the Peacock King nodded his head. You believe it? I believe it because I saw it fly back to the demon monarch's descendant. Yi Fan was surprised. That old heart was indeed intelligent. It actually returned to Yen Ruyu's hands. He could not help but ask, since it has already flown back, why are you still looking for me? I want to know, why did it fly away? The Peacock King laughed and looked straight at Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation. It was as if he wanted to see through the mist and see everything clearly. Even though Yi Fan knew that he could not stop such a powerful being, he did not want to be seen through so easily. At that moment, the sea of reincarnation was silent without any ripples. The Peacock King had a smile on his face as he walked over slowly. There was no terrifying aura and he looked very calm. However, it caused great psychological pressure. Jianghu said with a trembling voice, You are a legendary expert, you can't bully us like this. You should find trouble with Alcade Holy Lord. You fought him to a draw in the past, after all, you didn't defeat him. How about I go find trouble with your Ji family's leader? The Peacock King revealed a faint smile, which was somewhat inconsistent with his 16 or 17-year-old appearance. It gave people a very strange feeling. Who taught you the footwork you just used? The Peacock King's smile vanished, and for the first time, he revealed a serious expression. It was passed down by the mad old man, Yi Fan answered truthfully. It really is him. He actually passed it on to you. 2 beams of light shot out from the Peacock King's eyes. They were extremely sharp and oppressive. Only at this moment did people realize how terrifying he was. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Senior should have seen the crazy old man before. He is currently in the Supreme Profound sect. Yi Fan had absolute confidence in Crazy Ol. He had lived for 6,000 years and was still unscathed. Even if the Peacock King was an almighty, he was probably no match for him. Unfortunately, I was unable to see him. He disappeared a few days ago. The Peacock King seemed to be somewhat regretful. Crazy Ol was covered in a cocoon and fell into a deep sleep. He suddenly disappeared. Could it be that he broke out of the cocoon? Where did he go? Yi Fan really wanted to know. I am very interested in your physique. I really want to study it. At this point, the Peacock King paused for a moment and said, However, since that crazy old man passed down the technique to you, I will not make things difficult for you. At the side, Jianghu's eyes flickered. What kind of person was Crazy Ol? 6,000 years ago, it was already difficult to meet a worthy opponent. She was very surprised that Yi Fan actually had some relationship with him. However, since we have met, it would be a pity if we miss this chance. The Peacock King waved his hand, and the sky immediately darkened. Originally, the sun was in the sky, and it was bright. With a flip of his hand, he made night fall. Such a method made people's hearts tremble. In the pitch-black night sky, stars filled the sky. They were like diamonds embedded in the night sky, shining unceasingly. It can't be considered making things difficult for you. Whether or not you can pass through this curtain of night, I will let you go. I just want to see how strong your physique is. This is the sea of reincarnation phenomenon. Stars illuminating the clear sky. Jianghu was very shocked. The Peacock King waved his hand casually. This was a legendary phenomenon. It was extremely powerful and he didn't need to use it through the sea of reincarnation. There are only a few dim stars. I said I won't make things difficult for you. This is not a complete phenomenon. The Peacock King's tone was indifferent, and there was a hint of a smile on his face. At this moment, Yi Fan seemed to be under the starry sky. The stars were shining brightly, and then they enlarged and actually pressed down on him. Rumble! The heavens fell and the earth cracked. Every star was enlarging rapidly, and they were as heavy as mountains. They were dazzling and bright, and the entire sky was illuminated. They were no longer like stars, but more like scorching suns. Yi Fan was overwhelmed with shock. What kind of phenomenon was this? Every star was so terrifying. It was as if they could completely destroy the earth and possessed an incomparably majestic pressure. His mind was shaken, and his body was emitting crackling sounds. All the joints in his body were trembling as he endured the great pressure. These stars were separated by an infinite distance and had yet to truly press down, yet they were already so terrifying. It was truly unimaginable how powerful they were. When people discuss phenomena, they would always mention how powerful the phenomena created by the ancient powerhouses were. The Peacock King before me is a powerhouse in name and in reality. His phenomenon is indeed terrifying. Yi Fan was deeply shaken. The other party was obviously suppressing the power limitlessly. He clearly said that it was only a few dim stars, and he didn't even display the so-called clear sky. Yet it was already so terrifying. Just how terrifying was the true stars illuminating the clear sky phenomenon? The stars in the sky trembled as Yi Fan walked on the ground with difficulty. His body rumbled like a tsunami, as if he was unwilling to be suppressed. Thunder and lightning interweaved, as if he had arrived at the beginning of the world. His sea of reincarnation flowed with a strange power. Yi Fan's heart throbbed. He finally understood that the sacred body of the ancients was extremely resistant to phenomena, and it would react when it was oppressed. Whether it was the previous rising moon from the sea or the current stars illuminating the clear sky, both made his body react and vibrate with an inexplicable force. Yi Fan moved forward under the starry sky. He walked forward step by step, leaving a series of deep footprints on the ground. The stars had yet to sink. Their brilliance flowed above them like the source of all things, or like the nebula of the universe. They surged towards Yi Fan. Crack! Yi Fan felt as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back. His head was facing the clear sky, and the ground beneath his feet was cracking. The bones in his body kept trembling like a sonorous symphony. Boom! With a violent tremor, Yi Fan found light in front of him as he walked out of the night. Looking back, the starry sky had disappeared. Only large cracks appeared on the ground, all of which were spread out from the footprints. Not bad. This physique lives up to its name. The Peacock King nodded. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he smiled approvingly. He has passed the test. You can let him go. As for me, kill me if you want. I'm not afraid. Xianxia raised her head and stood tall. She had calmed down and no longer had any fear. Little girl, you do have some backbone. The Peacock King put his hands behind his back, and no expression could be seen on his delicate face. He said, "It would be a pity to kill you. It's rare for a physique like yours to appear. Killing you now is equivalent to exterminating you. Will you let me go if that's the case?" Xianxia's big eyes flashed with a frightening light. She said, "The Peacock King is indeed broad-minded. As expected of a legendary senior. Xianxia expresses her gratitude here. Little girl, you really know how to take advantage of the situation. When did I say I would let you go?" The Peacock King revealed a faint smile. "You said it yourself that it would be a pity to kill me," Xianxia muttered, but she didn't dare to grind her teeth. "Senior, it's not her fault. If you want to kill the Ji clan's supreme elder. What does a little girl like her know? There's no need to drag her into this." Yi Fan pleaded from the side. "Do you think you're big?" The Peacock King looked back at him, then looked at Xianxia and said, "I will let you live. But you have to leave with me. Don't return to the Ji clan. You can compliment the great emperor's descendant." Xianxia was frightened. She had never thought of leaving with a monster. She said pitifully, "No, I've never killed anyone, nor have I done anything bad. I haven't even stepped on an ant. Your Ji clan is too much. You killed my clansmen and chased after the great emperor's descendant. I have to teach them a lesson. If I take you away, I think they will definitely regret what they did." "How is my brother Hao Yue? You didn't kill him, right?" Xianxia asked nervously. "His divine body is indeed extraordinary, but he can't escape. Don't kill brother Hao Yue. He has a divine body. It would be a pity to kill him. Ji Ziyue begged. So what if he has a divine body? I heard that the old crazy man personally killed the Eastern Wasteland godly king, who had cultivated to great success. My lifespan can't wait until then. I can only kill a divine body that hasn't fully grown to fulfill my wish. The Peacock King said indifferently. At the side, Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue were incomparably shocked. The old crazy man was too heaven-defying. Even the Eastern Wasteland godly king who had cultivated to great success was killed by him. This was really shocking. What happened to my brother? Ji Ziyue was very uneasy. My eldest disciple has already gone to capture him. I will wait for your Ji clan leader to save me. The Peacock King's tone was calm, but it shocked everyone. As expected from a monster race expert, he had such boldness. 800 years ago, he fought with the Alcade Saint Lord, and now he was going to fight the Ji clan's Saint Lord head-on. Just at that moment, the Peacock King looked towards the sky and said, Nangong Zheng, since you are here, why don't you show yourself? Flower petals danced in the sky, sparkling and translucent. A path made of fresh flowers rushed down from the sky, giving off a refreshing fragrance. The flower path blossomed and quickly arrived in front of them. There was a green-robed man standing on it. His eyes were like stars and his hair was as white as snow. He stood proudly and looked really handsome. The legendary human race expert, Nangong Zheng, cultivated the longevity technique. He lived in plants and ate fresh flowers to satisfy his hunger. He never left plants by his side. 800 years have passed and the Peacock King is still as elegant as ever. Back then, you fought against the heroes of the southern region and fought against the Alcade Saint Lord. Those shocking scenes are still in front of me. Nangong Zheng looked like he was in his 20s. He was tall and had a handsome appearance. His hair was as white as snow and he had a very special aura. What are you talking about? Nangong Zheng, do you want to interfere? The Peacock King stood with his hands behind his back. Peacock King, you are such a transcendent existence. Why don't you put it down and join hands with me to enter the Bronze Immortal Palace? There is no justice in this world. Ji Ziyue muttered softly. The Peacock King's magic power is monstrous and his roar shakes the mountains and rivers. Nangong Zheng treats plants as his friends and flowers as his companions, but he is so heroic. We should really capture them and make them sweep the floor, plant flowers, wash vegetables and cook. What kind of thoughts are in your head? Yi Fan stood beside her and couldn't help but knock her when he heard that. Chapter 152. Peacock King's eyes were clear like water, his hair soft, every strand light and agile. He was like a snow lotus on an iceberg, handsome and elegant. Joining hands to enter the Bronze Immortal Palace? Are we going to throw our lives away? I haven't lived long enough. Nangong Zheng's silver hair danced in the wind. He was tall and imposing as he stood in midair, enveloped by the rain of flowers. The plants around him were verdant and glistening, full of vitality. He said, Don't tell me you don't want to catch a glimpse of the opportunity to become an immortal? You've been in seclusion for 800 years. Don't tell me you didn't come out this time for it? The Peacock King sneered. Since ancient times, the Copper Palace has taken the lives of many peerless experts. I have never heard of anyone becoming an immortal through it. Rather than calling it an immortal palace, it's more like a tomb, a graveyard for the Eastern Baron experts. If you want to become an immortal, you naturally have a slim chance of surviving. Otherwise, why would the ancient sages sigh? Nangong Zheng said solemnly, You and I will work together and enter the Bronze Immortal Palace. We will fight for a moment of life and death and fight for a lifetime of immortality. It is better than dying alone. The Peacock King stood with his hands clasped behind his back. I roamed the world and pointed my sword at the Saint Master. I lived a happy life, so how could I be lonely? It doesn't matter even if I die. You have the spirit of a time when you were at the peak of your power, but you also have the sigh of the water flowing east. In the end, it's just a dream. Who will remember you after thousands of years? You're just a passing cloud and dust. If you don't become an immortal, you'll be nothing. What others think? What will happen 1,000 years from now? What does that have to do with me? I only know that what's in front of me is what's real. Seeking immortality is a lifetime of obsession, but in the end, it's all for naught. That's even more tragic. Nangong Zheng shook his head and said sternly, Breaking away from the mortal body and living freely for eternity is our great wish. Why do you have to deceive yourself and others? The Peacock King let out a long laugh that shook the heavens. Let me ask you. Since the ancient times, has there ever been an immortal in the Eastern Barren Land? Don't tell me that the whereabouts of the people recorded in the ancient books are too strange. Naturally, there are people who become immortals. Are the immortals that died in the ancient desolate tower not considered immortals? Nangong Zheng's hair was as white as snow. He looked very handsome as he stood in the air. Have you ever seen it with your own eyes? The Peacock King asked. No. The Peacock King replied, if one isn't an immortal, one can't be empty. All the same, I am a hero. I soar above the world. Why would I deceive myself? Beside him, Yi Fan felt that the Peacock King was very carefree and did not care much about becoming an immortal. On the other hand, Nangong Zheng's every word was extraordinary. He was not an ordinary person, as expected of a great being of the human race. Ji Ziyue rolled her eyes and muttered softly, there's really no justice in this world. He's already a legendary figure with 100 years as a fraction and 1,000 years as a whole number. He's still so young and even more handsome than my brother. Nangong Zheng, you've said so much, but it's all empty words. Are you trying to interfere and stop me from doing things? The Peacock King asked in a deep voice. The master of the Ji clan once told me that if I met you by chance, no matter which of the siblings I saved, he or she would be sent to me as a disciple to inherit my legacy. I am about to enter the Bronze Immortal Palace, but I still don't have an inheritor. That is why I want to fulfill a cherished wish. Around Nangong Zhang, flowers bloomed one after another, making him look otherworldly. Nangong Zheng, do you really want to make a move? You have to think carefully. The Peacock King's eyes turned sharp. A powerful aura surged up like a volcano, surging into the clouds. Peacock King, as an old friend, I advise you to stop and search for the opportunity to become an immortal with me. Otherwise, you might end up in a dark state. Nangong Zheng persuaded. How arrogant. Could it be that the Ji clan's holy leader is not far away and wants to suppress me with you? The divine light in the Peacock King's eyes was oppressive. He doesn't know you are here. Nangong Zhang paused for a moment and said, not only is the Ji clan's holy leader looking for you, the Alcade holy leader has also come out of seclusion. I expected it. Let's see what they can do to me. As a great being, if I don't stand up for them, I will be letting down the monster race. The Peacock King sneered, 800 years ago, I dominated the southern region. 800 years later, they still can't suppress me. A power that has been passed down from the primordial era has an unfathomable foundation. Someone might really jump out and suppress you personally. Unless we dig up their ancestral graves and revive their deceased divine king. The Peacock King's eyes were as sharp as lightning. His temperament changed greatly. He said, if you want to stop me, then speak with your strength. A rich and fragrant flower fragrance continuously wafted over. The entire sky was filled with fluttering flower petals, dazzling and dazzling. Nangong Zheng's appearance was dignified, as if he was a transcendent deity holding a flower. A towering ancient tree grew behind him, towering into the sky. If that's the case, then sorry. We should have had a battle like this long ago. Although the Peacock King looked like a 16 or 17-year-old youth, he was like an unsheathed sword at this moment. His aura was oppressive, causing people's skin to hurt. His battle intent soared into the sky. Swoosh! The Peacock King suddenly opened his heaven eye. A ray of divine light shot out from his forehead and rushed into Ji Ziyue's body. Ayaya, Peacock King, what are you doing? Ji Ziyue screamed. It's fine. He just left an imprint so that he can find you in the future. Now, leave quickly. Nangong Zhang transmitted his voice to the two of them. Let's go. Yi Fan pulled Ji Ziyue and rushed into the sky. The battle between the two almighties would definitely cause the heavens and earth to shatter. Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue flew very far away, but they could still feel the surging waves behind them. It was like a surging ocean, causing them to be deeply shocked. Looking back, Ji Ziyue opened her mouth in shock and said, Heavens, there are so many suns there. In the distant sky, there were many blazing suns hanging in the sky. They were extremely glaring. It was impossible to determine which was the real sun and which was created by the Almighties. There's another layer of blue sky. Right there, The sky was divided into two layers, similarly blue as if it was washed. This is stars illuminating the blue sky. The phenomenon of the Almighty's, stars illuminating the blue sky, was actually like this. Every star was as blazing as the sun. It was truly shocking. Under the blue sky, the stars were as large as mountains. They were dazzling and the stars shook the sky. Suddenly, a huge ancient tree rose from the ground and towered into the sky, as if it was going to split the sky. It was unknown how huge the tree crown was, but it covered the sky and covered the earth. That's the legendary creation tree. Nangong Zheng actually manifested it. Jizue was very shocked. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. The creation tree, whether it was on the other side of the starry sky or in this world, had endless legends. According to the ancient records, it was a kind of sacred tree worshipped by the ancient people. It was located at the center of the world and was the bridge that connected heaven, earth, and man. Manifesting such a phenomenon and using it to split the sky was naturally possible. Beside the ancient tree, there were many divine herbs and strange trees. They were all trembling, green and glistening. They manifested endless vitality like a painting of rivers and mountains. This was an unknown phenomenon. As a human almighty, Nangong Zhang truly lived up to his reputation. It was shocking. Buzz! Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue felt a wave of dizziness. They were actually sent flying by a terrifying roar. The sky in the distance was hazy, and a different phenomenon appeared. Moreover, the two almighties rushed together and displayed their supreme secret arts. The real battle had begun. There are other phenomena. Ji Ziyue's eyes lit up. She wanted to continue watching, but she knew that escaping was the most important thing now. A battle between almighties was an incomparable battle. It was extremely rare to see. Yi Fan felt very regretful. He used a mysterious movement technique and did not look back. He pulled her and rushed down with all his might, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. They did not stop for even a moment. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they were hundreds of miles away. However, they still did not stop. They chose a direction and continued to escape. I really want to see the supreme divine might of the Peacock King's roar that moves rivers and mountains and plucks the stars and moon. Yi Fan muttered to himself. From Ji Ziyue's words, he could already feel the strength of this almighty. He really wanted to see that domineering style. Forget it. Ji Ziyue had a lingering fear in her heart. Even the legendary figures of the Ji clan were shattered by his roar. The might of the Peacock King still made her feel a chill when she thought about it. She said, I would like to see how heroic that white-haired man is. How lucky. The Peacock King appeared in this area and we even escaped. A cold voice came from ahead. On the mountain peak, a man in hemp clothes rushed up, holding a 5-story silver pagoda in his hand, blocking their path. At the same time, figures rose into the sky from all directions and appeared in all directions, blocking the two's path. Hiss! Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue sucked in a breath of cold air. There were a total of 6 extraordinary cultivators surrounding them. They were the people who had crossed the realm gate to kill them not long ago. Although their faces were shrouded in mist and they could not see their true appearances, they should be middle-aged men from their voices. They were all very difficult to deal with. The Phoenix Crown Lightning Bird did not take your lives. You are really lucky. Ji Ziyue mocked. Apart from the man in hemp clothes who held the silver pagoda, the other 5 were dressed in rags and their skin was burnt. Obviously, they had suffered a great loss. Kill them. The man in hemp clothes waved his hand and did not say anything else. He was very decisive. He wanted to get rid of the two here. Powerful ripples came from all directions as those people took out their weapons and unleashed secret arts to attack the two of them. Ji Ziyue's injuries had not recovered and she was still very weak. It was difficult for her to fight. Yi Fan relied on his speed to dodge left and right, quickly descending to the ground. The people in front of him were definitely beyond the Nirvana realm. He could not fight them head-on, so he could only choose to escape. Don't even think about escaping. Next year, I will burn some paper money for you. The man in hemp clothes attacked personally. The silver pagoda in his hand quickly enlarged and became misty. The 5-story ancient pagoda was comparable to a small mountain. Its power was terrifying as it pressed down. Ji Ziyue whispered in Yi Fan's ear, quickly transfer the divine power to me. I have a secret treasure in my body that can break out. Yi Fan did not say anything and directly transferred the divine power into her body. Ji Ziyue immediately became extremely holy and released a strange colorful light, actually resisting the pressure of the 5-story ancient pagoda. Swoosh! The next moment, the two of them were like floating light, like leaping shadows, constantly flashing, avoiding all kinds of secret techniques and rushing out. They were like a thread of lightning swimming in a thunderstorm, passing through the dark clouds. After a few flashes, they were about to break out of the encirclement. Buzz! An ear-piercing sound was heard. The man in hemp clothes spread his 5 fingers, which were as big as a small mountain. In an instant, he reached out, distorting the void. Yi Fan's expression changed. This person was extremely terrifying. Ji Ziyue's expression also changed. This man in hemp clothes was extremely terrifying and it seemed difficult to get rid of. She was a little anxious and transmitted her voice. Listen up, brat. I will teach you the complete chant of the Great Void technique. Hide in the void. Chapter 153. The hand was like a prison, locking down the space. This was a secret art. When the 5 fingers were opened, everything inside would be sealed. Dazzling light shone from Ji Ziyue's body once again. Her secret treasure was unfathomable, blocking the hand. The void trembled and the 5 fingers were unable to land. However, the other 5 surrounded them again, trapping them inside and suppressing them with all kinds of weapons. Little brat, listen carefully. Ji Ziyue said telepathically, to the extreme of the void, keep quiet. The Great Void technique's incantation was not long. This was a supreme secret art, one of the essential arts recorded in the Void ancient scripture. Ji Ziyue's voice was very gentle, like a clear spring flowing into Yi Fan's heart. He listened attentively and studied it carefully, combining it with the previous incomplete incantation. The Void ancient scripture was an immortal book created by ancient sages who observed all things and captured the eternal and unchanging laws. Yi Fan was no stranger to its main idea. Reaching the extreme of the void and maintaining a deep tranquility was the foundation of the Void ancient scripture. He already knew a little about it. The Great Void technique was unfathomable and extremely profound. When cultivated to the extreme, one could travel through the void. Of course, the so-called traveling through the void had a limited distance. It could not truly travel infinitely through the void. Otherwise, what was the use of the domain gate? Even those who stood at the pinnacle and cultivated the Void ancient scripture could only travel a limited distance. However, in close combat it was a trump card. When the Great Void technique was cultivated to the extreme, one would not be able to capture one's figure. Under normal circumstances, one would be able to take the initiative. Under such circumstances, Yi Fan had obtained the Great Void technique's incantation. It could be said to be a great harvest. Although he was talented, he was definitely not a genius who could look down on the past and present. It was impossible for him to comprehend it at a glance. After all, this was one of the most ancient scriptures in the Eastern Wilderness. There were several ancient scriptures in the Eastern Wilderness known as immortal books. They were naturally incomparably profound and unfathomable. Even if a powerful person cultivated them, they would not be able to master it immediately. There's no need to grasp it. You just need to turn into smoke and return to the void. I'll take control later and avoid their suppression. Ji Ziyue said telepathically. Ji Ziyue's secret treasure was indeed powerful, blocking all kinds of attacks. However, the hemp-clothed man was too terrifying. Every time he attacked, the space around him would become blurry, as if he had the ability to tear space apart. The situation was extremely bad. Yi Fan combined the incomplete Great Void method that he had cultivated before and displayed the secret method. His body suddenly turned into a wisp of black smoke and blurred, as if he was really going to merge with the void. Pass me some divine power. Let's cast the Great Void technique together. Ji Ziyue said softly. In the blink of an eye, the fingers of the two joined together to display the Great Void technique. Like black clouds, they became more and more indistinct. I'm going to activate the secret treasure. With its power, we'll hide in the void. Don't get distracted. You must constantly use the secret of the Great Void technique. Otherwise, you might die a horrible death. Ji Ziyue warned. Buzz! Space trembled and the two of them disappeared into thin air. Yi Fan was shocked. Ji Ziyue's secret treasure was too mysterious. It could actually push the Great Void technique to the limit and hide in the void. At this moment, He felt very strange. Around him was eternal darkness, boundless. Time seemed to have stopped. There was not a trace of sound. It was absolute emptiness and nothingness. Don't get distracted. You must use the secret of the Great Void technique. If something happens here, not even immortals can save you. Even without Jizue's reminder, Yi Fan felt a terrible tearing sensation when he was slightly distracted. His body was about to break. He quickly calmed his mind and silently used the Great Void technique. After the two disappeared, except for the man in linen, the other 5 were all shocked. They escaped through the void. What do we do? The Ji family's Great Void technique is indeed mysterious. It's indeed a supreme secret technique. Only the man in linen said calmly, "It's fine." They haven't cultivated it yet. They're just relying on the treasure to temporarily hide in the void. If they don't come out, there's nothing we can do. The man in linen said coldly, "They won't last long. We just need to wait patiently. Now spread out and surround the 4 sides. The Great Void technique can only travel a limited distance. They can't escape." In reality, it was just as he expected. The void was very dangerous. No one could stay here forever. Charge out. Then we'll keep going. As long as we can escape the encirclement, use the supreme secret technique that crazy old man taught you and escape. The next moment, Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue appeared in the world of light. However, the 4 sides were still sealed. They were still surrounded. We're in big trouble. Ji Ziyue frowned and mumbled, "That man in linen understands the Great Void technique very well. He's definitely not an ordinary person." They hid in the void again. After doing this several times, they had used up a lot of divine power. "We can't go on like this. Otherwise, we'll become the beautiful Ji Ziyue in a jar," she muttered softly. If it was any other cultivator in this realm, they would have run out of divine power after using the Great Void technique like this. Only Yi Fan's physique was fine. His body was like a bottomless pit, but it could also gush out an endless source. "Why don't you keep going through the void?" The man in linen was cold. Even though he was mocking them, he gave off a stiff feeling. "Since you're not going to escape, I'll send you to heaven." Boom! Between heaven and earth, a silver pagoda shook. It was simple and grand, and there was actually a bit of Xianhuang aura seeping out. It was obviously different from last time. At this moment, there was myriad source qi flowing. This. Ji Ziyue was shocked. This is a great treasure. Yi Fan's expression changed too. A person who could use Xianhuang to refine a weapon was definitely not an ordinary person. The silver ancient pagoda was like a huge mountain, pressing down. The sky was sealed and the ground was about to collapse. A huge devouring power circulated, trying to pull Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue into the pagoda. Ji Ziyue hurriedly transmitted her voice. "You have a large amount of myriad source qi in your body. Let it vibrate and disturb this refined silver pagoda. This might be our chance." Yi Fan agreed and silently activated the mantra recorded in the Tao scripture. He couldn't control the myriad source qi and couldn't mobilize it, but he could still make it vibrate in his body. He had given some to Ji Ziyue before, but a large amount of myriad source qi lingered around the green copper piece, growing endlessly as if it could regenerate. In the sea of reincarnation, the cauldron hadn't truly formed yet. The myriad source qi was hazy, swirling around the green copper piece. Boom! Yi Fan used all his strength and finally made the myriad source qi vibrate. The aura of creation circulated, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Dong! As expected, the silver pagoda in the sky shook, as if it had fallen into a swamp. It paused for a moment and froze there. Go! Ji Ziyue erupted with a dazzling light. She activated her secret treasure and charged out like a beam of light. She completely broke free of the hemp-clothed man's restraints and the silver pagoda's shackles. The other 5 people's weapons also paused. They couldn't stop them in time and could only let them break out. Chase, don't let them go. They have treasures that cultivators dream of. The hemp-clothed man not only had a terrifying cultivation, but he was also very knowledgeable. He deduced that it was the myriad source qi that affected the silver pagoda. Moreover, there was a lot of it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to cause such a terrifying outcome and cause his silver pagoda to temporarily lose control. Of course, he wouldn't think that it was the source of the myriad source qi. If he knew, he would definitely go crazy. Even so, he was extremely shocked. The myriad source chi was a legendary treasure, and the two in front actually had a large amount of it. After breaking out of the encirclement, Yi Fan used his footwork and moved far away like a rainbow. Once Yi Fan was given a chance, he wouldn't be able to trap him again. The supreme secret technique passed down by Crazy Ol represented the pinnacle of speed. With a few flashes, the mountains and rivers moved backward continuously. After fleeing for 2 hours, they finally stopped and rested for a short while. Who wants to kill you? That hemp-clothed man with the silver pagoda obviously has a powerful background. Otherwise, how could he refine a weapon with Xian Huang? How would I know? Everyone is suspicious now. Even the Yaoguang sacred ground might make a move. I can't trust any sect now. Ji Ziyue muttered softly. Her eyes darted around in thought. Yi Fan said solemnly, the hemp-clothed man isn't easy to deal with. It's hard to get rid of him completely. I'm guessing that they have a tracking technique. The one I'm most worried about is that hemp-clothed man. He's like a cold wooden man. I suspect that he's a puppet and someone left a mark on him. Ji Ziyue frowned and said, as for that silver pagoda, there's only a small amount of Xian Huang. It might have been temporarily created by someone. Doesn't that mean that there's an extraordinary person leading it? That's the worst-case scenario. If that's the case, when that person really appears, we won't have any chance at all. Even though Ji family was powerful and was the uncrowned king of this area, Ji Ziyue didn't dare to trust any of the surrounding sections. She could only rely on herself and escape towards Ji family. Little brat, are you thinking of abandoning me and running away by yourself? I will send you to a safe place and then leave. Go to my family. No one will make things difficult for you. I've even imparted the Great Void technique to you. If you sneak away, you'll know the consequences. She grinded her shiny canine teeth. After resting for a long time and recovering his energy, Yi Fan stood up and said, isn't your Ji family one of the strongest forces in Eastern Wilderness? Why haven't those legendary figures found you yet? The southern region is boundless. There are dozens of countries in this area alone. No matter how powerful our Ji family is, it's impossible to search every inch of land in each country. Moreover, no one knows where I escaped to. In the next 2 days, Yi Fan brought Ji Ziyue, who had yet to recover from her injuries, to move stealthily. They passed through several countries, hiding and moving in a roundabout manner. There were several times when people caught up to them and they narrowly escaped death. Clearly, there was a powerful force in the dark that wanted to kill Ji Ziyue. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so many people to chase them all the way. They were constantly attacked along the way, but those people could always find them. Kid, run away by yourself. Don't worry about me. Seeing that Yi Fan was also seriously injured, Ji Ziyue tried to persuade him. You taught me the Great Void technique. If you just leave like this, I won't be able to rest easy. You've already saved my life with a mysterious spring water. We don't owe each other anything. Hurry up and leave. Ji Ziyue urged. I suspect that someone from the family is colluding with the outside. Otherwise, old Su would have found me. On the 3rd day, Yi Fan had already traveled thousands of miles with Ji Ziyue. Even though Yi Fan's physique was extremely strong, he couldn't hold on any longer. They were chased again. There's a powerful force leading them. The people chasing us have average cultivation levels. They won't feel it's too much of a pity if they're silenced afterwards, Ji Ziyue speculated. That's too sinister. That's nothing. Ji Ziyue curled her lips and didn't say much. At noon on the 3rd day, Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue were chased again. They used the Great Void technique, Crazy Ol's footwork, and the secret treasures on them to escape with difficulty. Great Void technique. In the distance, a figure flashed and someone exclaimed. The people of Ji family finally appeared. Although they weren't famous, they were just a group of young people. But they shocked the pursuers, making them feel fear and quickly retreat. Who's the young man with Miss Ziyue? How can he know the Great Void technique? Even we can't learn this supreme secret technique. Let's not talk about it. Hurry up and save Miss Ziyue. These young people rushed over and protected the pale Ji Ziyue in the center. Greetings, Miss Ziyue. These people bowed together. Ji Ziyue finally smiled. She knew she was safe and didn't have to risk her life to escape. Who are you? Why do you know the Great Void technique? At the side, a few young people stared at Yi Fan with unfriendly expressions. This was the highest secret inheritance of Ji family. Even elite disciples like them didn't have the chance to learn it. Ji Ziyue's beautiful eyes turned and she revealed a look of displeasure. Don't be rude. He traveled thousands of miles to escort me back. If not for him, I would have died outside. These people didn't dare to say anything else. Didn't you see his blood staining his clothes? Hurry up and get the medicine. Ji Ziyue's eyes shone. At this moment, Yi Fan was indeed heavily injured. He escorted Ji Ziyue for thousands of miles and was constantly chased. His body was covered in blood and half of his body was dyed red. I'm fine. There's no need to get the medicine. I've already escorted you here. Farewell. Yi Fan turned to leave. Don't go. Ji Ziyue stopped him. At the side, the young people immediately stepped forward and blocked Yi Fan's path. Ji Ziyue revealed a look of anger. What are you doing? She glanced at those people and stepped forward. She said softly to Yi Fan, You're heavily injured. It's dangerous to leave like this. Those people are nearby. Follow me. Yi Fan was in a dilemma. He definitely couldn't go to Ji family, but it was indeed dangerous to leave alone. He could only nod his head and heal his injuries before leaving. Miss Ziyue, old ancestor Ji Hui is ahead. A young man reported. Okay, I'll go see her. Ji Ziyue and Yi Fan walked side by side. Just 10 miles away, there was a small city. A very powerful expert of Ji family, Ji Hui, was in charge. She brought many people to this place and booked an entire inn. After Ji Hui received the news, she personally came out to welcome them. She was a white-haired old woman with a sharp gaze. Seeing that Ji Ziyue was safe and sound, she revealed a smile. She dotingly pulled Ji Ziyue and looked at her left and right. Good. It's good that you're back. With that said, she pulled Ji Ziyue and walked into the inn, ignoring Yi Fan. Grand Aunt, he saved me. Ji Ziyue smiled sweetly and gestured for Yi Fan to step forward. Greetings, senior. Yi Fan bowed. Ji Hui nodded and put away her kind smile. Thank you for escorting Ze back. I won't let you bleed for nothing. I'll give you enough compensation. Yi Fan felt that although this old woman seemed to be thanking him, it was somewhat businesslike. There was no expression of gratitude to speak of. He suddenly thought that it was most likely those young disciples who reported him using the Great Void technique. Grand Aunt, don't pull a long face. He traveled tens of thousands of miles to escort me back. Look, he's covered in blood and is seriously injured. Ji Ziyue was very sharp and naturally saw through Ji Hui's perfunctory words. It's not easy. This young hero, please come in. A smile appeared on Ji Hui's face as she said indifferently. Ji Ziyue sent a voice transmission to Yi Fan, don't mind it. It is indeed a serious matter for me to impart the Great Void technique to you. I believe she will understand after I explain it to her. Yi Fan nodded and did not say anything. Ji Ziyue personally went forward and held Yi Fan's hand, leading him into the inn. At that moment, Yi Fan felt Ji Hui's expression darken. Following that, he heard a voice transmission. Young man, don't be so close to Ziyue. You have to understand that the daughter of Ji family is like the divine moon that hangs high in the sky. I will compensate you for saving her and give you a generous reward. As for the rest, you know what to do. Chapter 154. Don't worry. There is nothing between me and her. Yi Fan transmitted his voice and only said that. It's best if there is nothing. Ji Hui did not say anything more and walked in first. After they sat down in the room, Ji Hui was very concerned about Ji Ziyue's encounters. She asked her about every detail seriously. The Peacock King is too arrogant. He wants to kill Hao Yue and even kidnap you. Seriously. Ji Hui's white hair fluttered as she said. The clan head and the Wavering Light Holy Master have come out of closed-door cultivation to deal with him. Even if we cannot kill him this time, we will make him pay a huge price. The Peacock King had offended the Wavering Light Holy Land 800 years ago. Now, he made a move against the Ji clan. These two ancient factions were truly enraged. It was rare for the Holy Masters to work together. After that, Ji Ziyue went to wash up. She had been fleeing for her life, and her clothes were tattered. She was in a sorry state and needed to tidy up. This young hero, what do you want? My Ji clan can compensate you. Ji Hui turned to look at Yi Fan. She had a calm expression and did not show any emotions. There was no so-called warmth or gratitude. This was just to tell him that the Ji clan was too high for him to reach. Even if he owed them a favor, he could use other methods to repay it. Yi Fan wished for this. He had never thought of entering the Ji clan. Once he recovered from his injuries, he would immediately leave. The Ji clan never owes anyone anything. No matter what kind of favor it is, we have the ability to repay it. Ji Hui was afraid that Yi Fan could not tell what she was implying. She continued, "What do you want? In this world, aside from the sun and moon, there is nothing that my Ji clan cannot take out. We will completely repay the favor." Thinking back to the warning not long ago, her meaning was very clear. She wanted Yi Fan to understand the difference between them and to leave as soon as possible after obtaining the item. Yi Fan felt somewhat disgusted. He had traveled for thousands of kilometers and was heavily injured. He had escorted Ji Ziyue back, yet the other party had such an attitude. He immediately said unkindly, "Actually, I have always wanted to see the legendary ancient desolate tower." "Didn't you say that aside from the sun and moon, you can take out anything? In that case, take out the ancient desolate tower and let me see it," Yi Fan thought to himself. Ji Hui's expression froze. Then she revealed a faint smile. "Tell me, what do you want?" "I don't need anything. At most, I'll leave after a day." "Don't worry." Ji Hui's face sank, and she said, "Young man, don't waste your time. We will repay kindness with kindness, and we will not owe favors." At this point, the old woman didn't have anything to hide. She was more or less a bit proud. She absolutely couldn't tolerate the pearl of the Ji family being too close to this young man. "You'd better make your choice as soon as possible, and then I'll send someone to send you away." Ji Hui seemed to have lost her patience. Yi Fan nodded and said, "All right." Ji Hui went straight to the point and said, "I'll give you a spiritual weapon from the demonic emperor's tomb. I think it should be enough to repay your kindness." Ji Hui's arrogance made it seem like Yi Fan had gained a great advantage by giving away the spiritual weapon. Yi Fan felt even more disgusted. He had once obtained 3 spiritual weapons. Although the heartless Taoist snatched them away, he had still obtained them. "Since Senior insists on giving me something, then give me 80 to 100 origin stones or a few carts of spirit herbs." Since the other party was so cold, there was no need for Yi Fan to stand on ceremony. Talking about favors now would be a waste of money. He would have to face his own conscience and let down the kind intentions of others. "You really dare to ask for such an exorbitant price?" Ji Hui's expression froze. Then she nodded and said, "Since you don't want a spiritual weapon, then I'll give you an origin stone." "Just 1 origin stone?" Yi Fan cursed in his heart. "She's too stingy." "Ji Ran, bring him to collect the origin stone," Ji Hui instructed. An old steward in his 60s replied respectfully. He gestured to Yi Fan and led the way outside. They came to a courtyard where there was a sparkling jade carriage. It looked no more than 5 to 6 meters long, but it gave off a feeling of vastness. Yi Fan followed the old steward named Ji Ran and boarded the carriage. The moment he entered, he was a little surprised. The interior was extremely spacious and didn't look like a carriage at all. Instead, it looked more like a giant cave residence. The interior was warm and moist, flowing with brilliant colors, giving one a dreamlike feeling. This was a cave that was carved out of jade and refined into a carriage. It was extremely miraculous. Just this jade carriage alone is priceless. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even ordinary sects can't take out such wealth, Jiren said. Yi Fan understood now. Ji Hui asked the old steward to bring him here to warn him that the difference between the two was like heaven and earth, and that he shouldn't have any thoughts about it. Ji Ran brought Yi Fan to a treasury. Inside there were many colorful weapons. Some were filled with murderous intent, some were dazzling, and some were simple and old. Right now, this is the only origin stone, but it's enough to repay your kindness. Ji Ren's voice was calm and emotionless. He took out a jade box and handed it to Yi Fan. How was this repaying kindness? This was clearly a transaction. Even a steward acted like this. Yi Fan was unhappy, but he didn't want it right now. Otherwise, he might find trouble for himself. The moment he opened the jade box, a wave of pure life energy rushed out. An origin stone the size of a fist shone brightly and emitted colorful lights. There was a colorful mist flowing inside. Such a large origin stone was indeed very precious. It was also very pure without any impurities. It was definitely formed before the primordial era and contained a large amount of life energy. Even this cold old steward's eyes flashed with a strange light at this moment, as if he was somewhat moved. When Xiao Chen returned to the hall, Ji Ziyue had already washed up and was chatting with Ji Hui. Ji Hui nodded at Yi Fan and did not say anything. Just at this moment, someone reported that Hua Yunfei of the Grand Xian sect was requesting an audience. "It's this child. Quickly, invite him in." Ji Hui revealed a smile. After a while, Hua Yunfei, dressed in blue, walked into the hall like a flowing cloud. He gave off a noble and otherworldly feeling as he bowed to Ji Hui. "Good child, quickly get up. There is no need to do this." Ji Hui went forward with a smile and personally pulled him up. Yi Fan was speechless. Earlier, this old woman was expressionless to him, but after seeing Hua Yunfei, she was so warm. The difference between before and after was really huge. Ji Ziyue also revealed a strange expression and said, "Grandaunt, you know him?" Ji Hui smiled and said, "How can I not know him? My mother's surname is Hua. She is from the Grand Xian sect. Speaking of which, Yunfei is not an outsider. You should call him cousin." "To hell with cousin," Ji Ziyue muttered softly. It was hard for others to hear her clearly. "I was the one who arranged the match between your brother Hao Yue and Yunfei 2 years ago." At this point, Ji Hui seemed to be very happy and said, "Both of them are absolute geniuses. Hao Yue has a divine body and Yunfei is very talented. He only lost in one move." Ji Ziyue muttered softly again. "Child, what nonsense are you talking about?" Ji Hui glared at her and then looked at Hua Yunfei and said, "Yunfei, why are you here?" The Peacock King made a move and shocked the southern region. Brother Hao Yue's fate is unknown. Miss Ziyue's whereabouts are also unknown. I wanted to do my part. After bringing people to this region, I heard that senior was here, so I came to pay my respects. Hua Yunfei replied very calmly and said, "Congratulations on escaping danger, Miss Ziyue. Unfortunately, I still don't know who the real culprit is." Ji Ziyue muttered to herself. "Good child, this intention is really valuable." Ji Hui was full of smiles. She pulled Hua Yunfei's hand and said, "You can also call me Grand Aunt like Ziyue. Don't be a stranger. It must have been hard on you. You came tens of thousands of miles to rescue me. It is really rare." Grand Aunt. Ji Ziyue was a little dissatisfied. Yi Fan had traveled tens of thousands of miles to escort her back. He was heavily injured but he was ignored. And Hua Yunfei had only rushed here and did not make a move. Yet Ji Hui was so friendly. She could not stand it anymore. "Don't worry. Our Ji family does not owe others favors. I have already given him sufficient compensation." Ji Hui turned around and replied with a calm expression. "Little brother Yi." Hua Yunfei revealed a look of surprise and said, "Why are you here too?" "I am going on a long journey and happened to pass by this place." Yi Fan replied. Hua Yunfei secretly transmitted his voice and said, "Little brother Yi, you left secretly. Are you trying to leave Taishan?" "No such thing. Your constitution is very special. If you stay in Taishan, you will definitely shine in the future. I believe the patriarch will do his best to nurture you." Hua Yunfei seemed to be trying to keep him. "I am just going out to train. Who knows, I might return to my peak one day." Yi Fan did not expect to meet the most outstanding disciple of Taishan here. Hua Yunfei nodded and did not say anything more. "Ji Ren, treat this young hero well. Do not neglect him." Ji Hui instructed the steward beside her. Then, she pulled Ji Ziyue and Hua Yunfei up with a face full of smiles. "Let's go to the backyard. I have something to say to you." "Grand Aunt." Ji Ziyue called out in dissatisfaction. But she could not struggle and was brought to the backyard by Ji Hui. "Damn you!" Yi Fan only had these 4 words in his heart. "Little brother Yi, this way please." The old steward, Ji Ren, was expressionless. He made a welcoming gesture and said, "I have prepared a room for you. If you need anything, just let me know." "I don't need anything." After Yi Fan entered the room, He took out the holy jade bottle and drank a few mouthfuls of spring water. Then, he started to activate his Xian technique. His body was special and his life force was strong. His body recovered very quickly. Even if he couldn't fully recover tomorrow, he could go on his way alone. Ji family experts rushed over from all over and gathered together. Ji Hui was completely at ease. Time passed quickly. On the second day, Yi Fan felt refreshed. As expected, he had mostly recovered and was about to leave. At this time, the people of Ji family were about to leave this place and head back. This time, Ji Ziyue did not stop him and sent him off personally. She sent him a voice transmission. This matter is too big. Even the family head was alerted. You have too many secrets on you. If you return to Ji family with me, he will most likely see through you. You saved my life, so I can't let you suffer. After thinking about it, I can only let you go. As she said this, Ji Ziyue secretly passed a jade pendant to Yi Fan and said, This is a psychic jade. It can erase the marks left by others on your body. Little kid, you have to be careful. Okay, we will meet again if fate allows it. Yi Fan waved his hand and rushed into the distance. Let's go. Don't look anymore. He has already disappeared. Ji Hui walked forward and pulled Ji Ziyue's hand, urging her to board the carriage. Yi Fan's speed was extremely fast. He disappeared in an instant like a flash of light. He was prepared and didn't stop. He used Crazy Ole's footwork to the extreme. Only after 2 days did he relax. No one was following him. However, on the 5th day, trouble finally found him. He felt a strong killing intent. An old voice sounded in his ear. Young man, you took away one more thing. Leave it here. In front of him, a familiar old man stood there, blocking his way. It was Ji Hui's old butler, Ji Ren. What do you mean? The Great Void technique is not something you can learn. Ji Ren's body was hunched and his expression was cold. He stood there quietly with killing intent. I saved your Ji family's pearl and you actually came to kill me. Is this how you repay your benefactor? Yi Fan's expression was cold. The Great Void technique is a supreme secret, one of the essence techniques of the Void ancient scripture. It cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. Miss Ziyue is young and insensible. She passed it to you. I can only take it back. Ji Ren's killing intent was as cold as ice. Even if all Cade Saint got it, we would find a way to take it back. Not to mention you. You're really biting the hand that feeds you. Accept your fate. Ji Ren walked forward. Chapter 155. Ji Ren looked old, but when he moved, he was like a bolt of lightning, swift and fierce, directly pouncing over. Yi Fan used a mysterious movement technique and turned to run. This old steward was definitely not someone he could fight against. Ji Ren was extremely terrifying. With one step, he soared into the sky and stomped down, causing the sky to tremble. His figure was stooped, but at this moment, he was shockingly powerful. His foot enlarged to several meters long and heavily stomped down. Bang! Yi Fan was shocked and quickly dodged to the side. The foot stomped on the ground, emitting a loud sound. Large cracks spread in all directions, completely shattering the ground. You can't leave. The old butler, Ji Ren, raised his palm and slammed it down. His palm, which was as large as a millstone, slammed down with a rumbling sound. You ingrate! Yi Fan clenched his teeth and changed direction, rushing out. Boom! The palm slammed into the void, causing the air to violently surge like a thunderstorm. Yi Fan was almost blown away. One could imagine how terrifying this old steward was. His palm slapped empty air, but it still had such terrifying power. I'll take care of your funeral. You old thing, your hair is about to fall out. You should make arrangements for your funeral. Yi Fan rushed into the distance. His speed could not be said to be slow, but he found that he could not escape from this area. There was a mysterious power circulating, causing the ground to flicker with light, obstructing his movement technique. Even though he rushed to the sky, he was still restricted by this place. This part of the world was like a cage, sealed by someone. He could not rush out at all. You can't leave. Old steward Ji Ren's expression was cold. His body was stooped and he said, I will give you a quick death. Every year, I will burn some joss paper and sprinkle some wine for you. He used his finger as a blade and slashed downwards. A flame rushed out like a divine flame blade, shining brilliantly and enveloping the sky. The divine flame danced, incomparably scorching. Yi Fan rushed out in a split second, dodging the flaming saber that was slashing down. The scorching temperature immediately caused the area behind him to burn. In the blink of an eye, the ground was scorched. All the plants were turned into ashes. The red soil was scorched and turned into sparkling porcelain. Biting the hand that feeds you. Yi Fan clenched his teeth at Ji Ren, but he hated Ji Hui even more. You heartless old hag, don't let me escape, or I'll make you pay. It's useless to say anything. You can only blame yourself for learning the secret skill recorded in the void ancient scripture. Even the direct descendants of the Ji clan don't have the chance to learn it, let alone an insignificant outsider like you. Ji Ren stretched out his hand. His 5 fingers were like heavenly hooks, emitting a bluish-purple light. Thunder rumbled as he grabbed at Yi Fan's head. Kacha! Several bolts of purple lightning coiled around his fingers like dragons and snakes, causing the void to distort and arrive in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately used the Great Void technique and turned into a plume of black smoke, attacking in this space. Kacha! The purple lightning was indeed extraordinary. The first strike created a huge hole in the ground. The hole was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. You really have mastered the Great Void technique. I can't let you live. Ji Ren's eyes were filled with coldness. Several bolts of lightning shot out from his hand at the same time. Dang! A deafening sound was heard. A bronze board appeared in Yi Fan's hand. It shook violently and absorbed all the lightning bolts. It was the bronze board of the Great Thunder Temple. This board was half broken and couldn't exert any power. However, after many studies, Yi Fan found out that it could absorb lightning and sound waves. This is not going to work. Yi Fan put away the bronze board. He felt that he was being too passive. To him, Ji Ren's cultivation was unfathomable and he couldn't fight him head-on. The old steward Ji Ren pressed down and said indifferently, "Young man, why do you have to do this? Struggling is useless. It will only bring you pain. I want to give you a quick death. Don't make a mistake." Although he spoke calmly, his steps were filled with killing intent. He opened his mouth and spat out a demonic cloud. It was like a tsunami in the sky, rumbling and rushing towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan was shocked. This old thing was too powerful. His breath was like thunder, vast and mighty like the sea. He shot up into the sky and said, "What did you do? How did you seal this space?" "I have a great treasure, the great overarching heaven net. It covers the entire world. You can't break it." Ji Ren's expression was indifferent. "How did you find me?" Yi Fan asked again. "Lady Zeus secretly gave you the jade pendant. We already found out. You think you can get rid of us just by erasing the mark? I followed you from the beginning. However, your speed is really too fast. I only found you again today. Good, good, good. I finally know your temperament. Ji Hui, you damned old hag. Ji Ren, you dog slave." Ji Ren attacked like a ghost and said coldly, "It's about time. You should be on your way." Boom. The sky trembled as a black hand appeared. Dark clouds rolled around it, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. It was the Ji clan's void palm. Ji Ren was the steward in name. He was only an old slave, yet he knew this secret technique. It was obvious that his status was not ordinary. The void palm was incomparably tyrannical and powerful. It was as black as ink and blotted out the sun. It heavily slammed down towards Yi Fan. It was too late for him to dodge. This was a supreme secret technique recorded in the void ancient scripture. It was extremely frightening. The black hand covered the sky and completely trapped him below. In your next life, join a normal family. Don't get involved in this kind of trouble. Old steward Ji Ren's voice was not loud. It was emotionless and cold as it echoed in the sky. Chi! Yi Fan took out the purple bronze 8 trigram mirror. It emitted a beam of light that shone down on the palm in the sky. At the same time, he took out the heaven-gathering umbrella. However, the purple bronze 8 trigram mirror's light couldn't stop the void palm. Bang! The black palm covered the sky and heavily slammed down on the heaven-gathering umbrella. With a crack, cracks appeared on the surface of the umbrella. Yi Fan's body was flung away. Ji Ren didn't say anything else. He once again summoned the void palm and slammed it down on Yi Fan. The palm was like a dark cloud, emitting a terrifying vibration. It pressed down like a mountain. Bang! The heaven-gathering umbrella was powerful, but it couldn't stop the void palm. After another heavy slap, it broke into pieces. The heaven-gathering umbrella was broken. Yi Fan spat out a mouthful of blood as he was knocked back dozens of meters. He sighed in his heart. The difference in strength was too great. Even a treasure like the heaven-gathering umbrella was broken. How could he fight? Buzz! The void trembled, and the huge black hand slammed down again, covering even the sun in the sky. A huge shadow covered the land below. Crack! Crack! The palm hadn't really slammed down, but the ground under Yi Fan's feet couldn't bear the pressure and quickly cracked. One could imagine how terrifying the pressure was. Yi Fan took out the purple bronze 8 trigram mirror and quickly enlarged it. It was like a huge shield above his head. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of metal was so sharp that it made people's bodies tremble. It was as if a god was forging iron and metal was splitting the sky. The purple bronze 8 trigram mirror also cracked. It couldn't be saved. Yi Fan's heart ached. This was the weapon of the Jianghu family elder. It could be considered a treasure. Although it was damaged in the desolate antiquity forbidden ground, it was still a powerful treasure. However, it couldn't stop the void palm. Clang! Another ear-piercing sound rang out, and the purple copper 8 trigrams mirror cracked. Then, with a crash, it exploded in the sky. Yi Fan was almost smashed into the ground. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the sky and said, "You old fart!" 2 treasures were destroyed. Even if he took out the remaining pristine jade bottle, the result would still be the same. Pa! Ji Ren stretched out his hand and sent Yi Fan flying. Although it wasn't the void palm, it was still extremely powerful. If Yi Fan didn't have a treasured body, he would have been smashed into pieces. Even so, he was still sent flying for dozens of meters. Bang! The huge palm reached out again and slapped towards Yi Fan. He couldn't dodge in time and his body was almost smashed into pieces. He struggled to stand up after a long time. Ji Ren stooped down and looked down expressionlessly. With an indifferent voice he said, "Compared to the Ji family, you are too insignificant. What's the point of struggling in vain? Attacking you is no different from killing a chicken or a dog. You old fart. You are only a dog raised by others. Don't put on such a high and mighty attitude. Even if that damned old hag Ji Hui came, she is not worthy." Ji Ren didn't show any anger on his face. He said calmly, "Like a speck of dust as weak as an ant. Originally, you wouldn't have anything to do with the Ji family. Unfortunately, your fate is not good enough. The Great Void spell is not something people like you can touch." Ji Ren was old and clumsy. It was as if he was looking down at an ant. "You old slave!" Right at this moment, old manager Ji Ren descended from the sky and approached him. He said, "Before I kill you, I need to understand something. I need to extract your soul." Relying on his true battle power, Yi Fan had no chance at all. The gap between them was like the gap between heaven and earth. Plus, he didn't even know how powerful this old man was. Yi Fan was waiting for the chance to use his last trump card. After Ji Ren came closer, he felt that it was time to make his move. At that moment, a small golden lake suddenly appeared between Yi Fan's eyebrows. It was like a golden sun was fixed there. The small lake trembled. Divine splendor shone resplendently, and a dazzling beam of light rushed out, transforming into a sharp golden sword. It was as if it could hack apart the heavens. This was a powerful soul attack. After eating the golden fruit, Yi Fan's soul energy had reached an unimaginable level. It was so condensed that it could transform into a physical form. He had been studying this soul attack for more than a year. Gradually, it evolved into a powerful attack that specialized in attacking the opponent's mind. "Ah!" Ji Ren screamed. He held his head and fell to the ground. The powerful soul attack was effective in one strike. Before, old manager Ji Ren had been cold and emotionless. But now, his face was twisted as he screamed and struggled in pain. Yi Fan's bones were shaking. His skin was translucent and his divine power surged. His golden fist smashed forward. Bang! This punch directly hit the old steward's lower jaw, and with a crisp crack sound, his jawbone broke. "You old slave, aren't you high and mighty? I will send you straight to the 18th level of hell." Ji Ren was punched in the chin and sent flying into the air. Yi Fan leaned to the side and swung his leg like a whip. Pow! Yi Fan's right leg landed heavily on Ji Ren's chest and smashed him down from the air. Even though Ji Ren's cultivation was unfathomable, his physique was not comparable to a saint physique. His ribs broke and caved in. "You old slave! Didn't you see me as an ant just now?" Yi Fan kicked again. Ji Ren's shoulder was crushed and he was sent flying. Yi Fan didn't wait for him to land. He chased after him in 7 steps and stomped down heavily. Bang! He stomped on Ji Ren, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. What's so great about the clan of the ancients? Sooner or later, I will pay a visit to the Ji clan. I will explore the Ji clan's holy land that you think is unreachable. That damned old hag. Please live longer. Bang! Yi Fan kicked Ji Ren, who was rolling on the ground, into the air.